Chapter 861. Inside the tavern. The smell of rubber came from the smelting furnace. The smell made Zhongfeng cough incessantly. In the end, after weighing his own weight, he could only give up. After going out, he turned right and found Niu Pai Huang, who made cowhide. After giving him 3 coins, Niu Pai Huang's mouth, which was full of missing teeth, grinned as if he wanted to swallow Zhongfeng whole. After promising to provide food and wine, Niu Pai Huang happily ran out of the tavern with a pot of smelly black stuff under the envious eyes of the crowd. As for the people at the door, now, Zhongfeng was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, this was not important. After Zhongfeng did this, the women in the crowd instantly burst into a burst of exclamations that belonged only to idiots. They had seen too many. Zhongfeng was naturally too lazy to pay attention to them. He could not be like an idiot every day and be happy with everyone, right? Walking back to the tavern, Zhongfeng lazily lay on the recliner covered with a sheepskin blanket and closed his eyes. However, from time to time, Ma Ju's mouth would jump out of his mouth, which made Zhongfeng open his eyes again. He glanced at Ma Ju, who wanted to crawl into the wall. Zhongfeng then asked, "Ma Ju, come here. Teacher, you rest. I'll take a look again. Previously, I only heard Cheng Tianyu and the people of Tonghui Square boasting that your tavern was amazing. Now that I've seen it, I'm very happy." "You're happy, but Lao Tzu is miserable. Can you not make weird sounds?" Zhongfeng was too lazy to care. Some people, when seeing something, would naturally make some greedy sounds. For example, when a pervert saw a beautiful woman. This was the case. There was no rest. Zhongfeng could only lie on the recliner and close his eyes, carefully thinking about the future development of the academy and his future. At this time, Zhongfeng really couldn't afford to raise the chickens, ducks, and pigs on the mountain. The entire desolate mountain was now filled with the smell of pig dung and chicken and duck dung. Zhongfeng was also doing his best to prevent the locusts from going down the path of starvation. Instead, it allowed them to benefit others in a more glorious way. The beggar's chicken, beggar's duck, and other fresh ways of eating were the last sublimation and sacrifice for these chickens and ducks. At least in the future, no matter how much time had passed, as long as people thought about it, they would be able to remember that these chickens and ducks were the great heroes of eliminating locusts during the 2nd year of Zhongguan. This was their final sublimation and glory. As for those pigs, at first, it was because they really couldn't afford to raise it. Who could afford to raise this thing in such a disaster year? But since Jin Zhongfeng invented the braised meat and sent it to Chang'an City, it really became popular for a while, and the reputation of pork was unparalleled. However, Zhongfeng knew that when people got tired of eating and vomited, it would be terrible. After all, in Chang'an City, there were only a limited number of people who could afford to buy and exchange food for meat. Even in all the prefectures, Laoli seemed to have opened branches at this time. However, even so, ordinary people still couldn't afford it. Every day, the braised meat factory on Xiao Mountain was still sending food to Chang'an in an orderly manner. Even though the common ingredients were used to help the poor people waiting at the city gate all day long, it didn't help. The sallow and emaciated people were used to living a poor life. However, this sudden meal of meat made many people vomit and have diarrhea. Even so, there was still a touch of happiness and excitement on their dirty faces that could not be concealed. This was simply something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. "Today, I still have meat to eat in such a famine year. Do you believe it? And it's free." And Zhongfeng also chose to retire when the braised meat business was flourishing. It was because these things would sooner or later reach their current peak and fall down. Therefore, Zhongfeng hurriedly scattered all the pig beasts today. He couldn't afford to raise them. More importantly, it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. This was an immutable truth. How could Zhongfeng not know? Fengzi, someone is coming, so many people are coming. Just when Zhongfeng was thinking about when to make basketball into an industry, a cry of surprise made Zhongfeng jump from the reclining chair. "What's the matter? What's the matter?" The person who came was the simple and honest son of the old village head. Before Zhongfeng had time to ask, He saw a sedan chair slowly squeezing through the crowd outside the tavern and landing in front of Zhongfeng's tavern. When the crowd saw the sedan chairs, they couldn't help but make way for them. Ma Ju also gave up the idea of climbing the wall and went to the entrance of the tavern to welcome the guests. After all, he still had this awareness. The first sedan chair looked familiar to Zhongfeng. It seemed to be the sedan chair of the Chang'an county government. As expected, when the sedan chair landed, County Magistrate Niu, who was wearing a green robe and holding a big gift box, happily saluted the surrounding officials and people. When the crowd saw that it was actually the county magistrate, they couldn't help but be even more surprised. The moment they entered the tavern, County Magistrate Niu laughed and said, "Brother Zhong, when I heard that you were back, I immediately rushed over. It seems that you've been living a good life on the mountain recently." Chapter 862. Zhongfeng was also a little surprised. In his memory, this guy was not someone to be trifled with. "Why is he here?" Zhongfeng calmly made an obeisance and stepped forward, saying, "Lord Niu, what brings you here? Come, come, come. Please come in. Ma Ju, go and make some tea." Seeing Zhongfeng so polite, Lord Niu was also surprised. He hurriedly bowed and sat down with Zhongfeng. After Zhongfeng sat down, Lord Niu hurriedly handed the gift box in his hand to Zhongfeng and said, "The purchase of land last time was purely a misunderstanding. Brother, please don't take it to heart. Is it because of this?" Zhongfeng suspiciously glanced at the yellow paper box on the table and could not help but feel more confused. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Zhongfeng could not help asking, "Lord Niu, what brings you here today?" Hearing this, Niu Weili knew that Zhongfeng was a little impatient. He laughed and did not say anything. Instead, he opened the gift box on the table and said while opening it, "Brother, I know Prince Zhong is a magnanimous person. We did have a misunderstanding before, but I believe Prince Zhong will not take it to heart. I've been thinking about giving you a gift, but I was too busy and couldn't go to Mount Xiao. Seeing you benefiting the people on Mount Xiao, I'm very moved. I heard that Prince Zhong likes to collect rare treasures in the world. Coincidentally, some time ago, my relatives in my hometown got a strange thing from a merchant in the western regions. So I brought it here to show you." While speaking, Niu Weili slowly opened the paper box, revealing a few things that looked like lumps of earth. Zhongfeng did not notice it at first. Niu Weili was just a county magistrate of Chang'an. What good things could he have? But after seeing it, Zhongfeng almost stood up and called him a fellow countryman. However, Zhongfeng's rationality still allowed him to forcefully stabilize his expression. After all, this fellow had come to him with this toy. He definitely had something to ask of him. Zhongfeng glanced at the dirt balls without batting an eyelid. He casually picked one up and asked curiously, "What is this dirt ball?" Niu Weili caught Zhongfeng's attention. He was a little excited. "Prince Zhong, I don't know where this thing came from for the time being. I only know that when a merchant from the western regions was selling the specialties of Shiyu, he mixed it with the local specialties. In the end, an angry merchant in Chang'an reported it to me. I learned that Prince Zhong likes to collect such strange things during this period, so I bought this thing. Don't worry, I've already gotten the agreement of the merchants from the western regions and the Tang dynasty to buy this item at the same price." Although Niu Weili did not know Zhongfeng's status, the secret order from his superior that night made Niu Weili dare not treat Zhongfeng as an ordinary person. Besides, Zhongfeng was still a viscount now. Although he had not been formally in theft, the Xiao Mountain had been awarded to him. The title of Viscount of Xiao Mountain was not far away. Besides, regardless of this identity, the Chancellor and Dean of Chang'an University and White Deer College, as well as the title of a Great Confucian jointly recommended by the 4 great Confucian scholars, was not someone Niu Weili could afford to offend now. Therefore, Niu Weili deliberately emphasized the word buy. Hearing this, Zhongfeng calmly put the dirt ball on the table, lit a cigarette for Niu Weili, and poured a cup of tea for Niu Weili from the teapot brought by Ma Ju. Then he said, "Master Niu, Brother Niu, I've never seen this thing before. I like such a magical thing very much. Here's a bill. Take it as I bought it." Niu Weili was not happy. With a straight face, he said angrily, "Prince Zhong, are you treating me as an outsider? This thing is not a good thing. I spent 10 coins to buy it. The merchant from the western regions was so happy that he could not even close his mouth. Are you giving me this thing because you want to reward me? Nyo Weili did not even look at the bill handed by Zhong Feng and said angrily. Seeing this, Zhong Feng laughed and said, "That's good. Thank you so much, brother. What are you thanking me for?" Originally, Prince Zhong opened the Chang'an Academy in Chang'an to benefit the people of Chang'an. He also helped the disaster victims in Xiao Mountain. If it were not for Prince Zhong, maybe I would not be an official now. The guy on my head would have moved away long ago. After saying this, Nyo Weili was about to get up and leave. Zhong Feng hurriedly pulled him to sit down. Since brother Nyo values friendship so much, if I refuse, then I, Zhong Feng, am in the wrong. Since there's no such thing, then I'll accept it. Seeing this, Nyo Weili sat down with a smile, smoking and drinking tea. By the way, brother, is there anything else you need this time? If there's anything I can help with, brother, just tell me. I'll definitely do it for you. This was the main point. Nyo Weili came to give something for no reason. Zhong Feng would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Hearing this, Nyo Weili sighed with a bitter face. Alas, this is all because I'm not capable. Prince Zhong, you have to help me. Chapter 863. Zhong Feng knew that Nyo Weili was up to no good. But looking at the dirt on the table, Zhong Feng suppressed his impatience and said, "Brother Nyo, don't worry. If there's anything I can help you with, I'll help you. Just tell me." Nyo Weili stopped crying when he saw that. After all, he had been holding it in for a long time and did not squeeze out a single tear. Therefore, he decided not to hold back and hurriedly said, Chang'an City was not affected by the previous famine. Now, nothing has been mentioned. The monthly tax task is still on the table. You've seen Chang'an City. Although it's bustling, only a few people can afford it. What's more, once the Xiao Mountain market was opened, the number of people in the two big markets in Chang'an City has decreased by more than half. Let's get down to business. Zhong Feng did not want to listen to him and quickly interrupted him. Now, Zhong Feng would get a headache whenever he listened to someone's nagging and stories. There were a few times when old Li's nagging got him into trouble. He was afraid of being tricked. Seeing that, Nyo Weili also smacked his lips and said, "I heard that Prince Zhong has a paper mill on Xiao Mountain. And now, the braised meat all over Chang'an City is also from the food factory on Xiao Mountain." "Yes. But if you want to use these two to stabilize the market, I advise you to give up. After all, these things are not under my control now. I'll give you an idea. You wait at the city gate. When you see Li Qian and the others, you can discuss it with him. I've entrusted this matter to him. As long as he is willing, I don't mind." Hearing that, Nyo Weili's eyes lit up and he said in surprise, "So, Prince Zhong has agreed?" Zhong Feng nodded. "However, let me say this first. I only have 10% of the profits, so the braised meat is still fine. When the time comes, you can discuss it with old He and the rest. If the authorities step in, I will have less manpower and resources to distribute the braised meat. As for the paper mill's white paper business, you still have to talk to Li Qianhan. What I promised is what I promised. As long as you agree, isn't it a done deal?" Nyo Weili was ecstatic. Ma Ju, who was standing by the side, could not bear to watch any longer. He frowned slightly and wanted to say something. This was something that even a fool could see. This damned Nyo Weili wanted to take advantage of the situation to fish for benefits. Why did Master agree? How was he behaving like a parental official? How was this still the wise and far-sighted dean? Ma Ju didn't understand, but it didn't matter. After chatting with Zhong Feng for a while, Nyo Weili rubbed his hands and said, "It's getting late, so I won't bother you anymore. Another day, I'll treat Prince Zhong to a meal." "All right." Zhong Feng nodded and got up to see him off. When he saw Nyo Weili off at the door, Zhong Feng asked casually, "Brother Nyo, if you meet that merchant from the western regions in the future, if he still has this thing, can I trouble you to leave it for me?" When Nyo Weili heard this, he said with some difficulty, "Brother Dissatisfaction, I asked about this matter. The merchant said that he encountered a broken ship at sea, and he picked it up from a broken bag on the ship, so, Zhong Feng was a little disappointed when he heard this. Then, thank you, brother. If you meet this kind of rare thing in the future, you must remember me. Okay. That's all I need to hear. I'll pay more attention in the future. After seeing Niu Weili off, Ma Ju was a little puzzled and asked, Master, this thing, shush. I'll tell you later. This is a big treasure. Zhong Feng didn't expect that he could meet this thing so early. The reason why Zhong Feng waited until the end to ask was that all the people who could be county magistrates under the emperor's rule were very powerful. If you didn't give him some benefits, would he be so loyal to you? The western regions. The broken ship. Zhong Feng thought carefully for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out the origin of this thing. However, one thing was certain. This thing was the only one in the Tang dynasty. As for whether there was such a thing outside, Zhong Feng didn't know. If Niu Weili and that merchant from the western regions didn't lie, this thing really didn't exist in other places in this era except for Peru, which was far away on the other side of the ocean. Did this broken ship come from there? Zhong Feng couldn't help but fall into a wild imagination. At this moment, after Niu Weili left, another person with a capable figure, who looked like a merchant wearing a beige robe, walked into the tavern with a smile while carrying a gift box. As soon as he entered, he bowed and said, I presume this young master is the Dean of White Deer College, Prince Zhong, Lord Zhongju. Seeing Zhong Feng holding the lump of mud in a daze, Ma Ju continued, Master, it is indeed Lord Zhongju. May I know who you are? It's Prince Zhong. This humble one's surname is Chen. Little brother, do you know Chen Wanli? Ma Ju was stunned. Are you talking about Chen Wanli, young Master Chen? The person who came was Chen Wanli. Seeing that Ma Ju knew him, he hurriedly said, Yes, that's him. This old man is Chen Wanli's father. Chapter 864. It would have been fine if he hadn't said anything, but now that he did, Chen Tong showed his talent as a businessman. Ma Ju was so excited that he almost wanted to call Chen Tong a godfather, but it was at this moment that Zhong Feng coughed, waking the two of them up in an instant. Chen Tong was a veteran in the business world, so he looked at Zhong Feng in surprise and hurriedly said, Old Chen Tong greets Prince Zhong. I didn't expect Master Chen to be the father of that little brat Chen Wanli. I have long heard that Chen Wanli's father is an extraordinary figure in Chang'an. It seems that you really are as good as the rumors say. Please sit down, Ma Ju will serve tea. In fact, Zhong Feng had already woken up. However, with so many people coming to visit him one after another, Zhong Feng realized something. He wasn't a gentleman, nor was he a bad person, but Zhong Feng was really annoyed. However, since this guy was Chen Wanli's father who owned a bank and was famous for being stingy, Zhong Feng was still a little interested. He was interested in the gift box he had placed on the table. Chen Tong sat down, and after exchanging some pleasantries with Zhong Feng, he said, Right, after talking for so long, I almost forgot about some important matters. Chen Tong patted his forehead, hurriedly got up, carefully opened the box, and then took out a long wooden box, placing it in front of Zhong Feng and saying, This old man's eyes are not good enough to say what it is, but last time, I heard from my WN Li and the people on Xiao Mountain that you like to collect these strange things, so, Chen Tong glanced at Zhong Feng before hurriedly opening the wooden box. Chen Tong was acting mysteriously. This attracted Ma Ju's attention, stretching his neck and staring at the wooden box in Chen Tong's hand. Zhong Feng's interest was piqued. Niu Weili had given Zhong Feng a big treasure. He didn't expect that right after he left, the manager of the bank would give him another gift. Zhong Feng was looking forward to seeing how sharp the eyes of the manager of the bank were. Under Zhong Feng's gaze, Chen Tong slowly opened the long wooden box and saw a black object lying inside. Regarding this, Zhong Feng was also somewhat curious. He could not help but ask in surprise, Master Chen, what is this thing? Chen Tong smiled. Just now, he had arrived at the same time as Niu Weili, and had even arrived a bit earlier than Niu Weili, but the other party was the county lord, so he could only stand aside. Now that he saw Zhong Feng's expression, even the dirt clump Niu Weili had offered him didn't cause such an expression. Chen Tong couldn't help feeling even more excited. Prince Zhong may not know, but this thing is a gift from the heavens. Although it looks like a stick to you now, You should consider it carefully. As he spoke, Chen Tong took out the object from the wooden box and placed it in Zhong Feng's hand. A meteorite. Zhong Feng instantly thought of something. But this thing. Zhong Feng couldn't guarantee anything. Especially such a long one. In his knowledge, meteorites generally contained radiation or radioactive elements, but those things generally had a relatively bright color. However, this thing was like a piece of burnt iron smeared with black paint. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. However, this thing was already in his hands. Zhong Feng instantly felt that it was extraordinary. Heavy. Very heavy. This thing was only as thick as a thumb and as long as a chopstick, but at this time, when it was placed in Zhong Feng's hand, Zhong Feng suddenly felt like he couldn't lift it. Weighing it in his hand, it weighed at least 20 kilograms. Zhong Feng couldn't help but be a little shocked. Generally, the greater the physical mass, the heavier it would be. However, Zhong Feng didn't feel that this thing in his hand had any other function except for its weight. Master Qian, where did you get this thing? Speaking of this treasure, Qian Tong became interested. Prince Zhong, you don't know. When I was 10 years old last year, a man came to my bank and wanted to pawn this thing. At that time, I didn't know what this thing was. Finally, I found a person in Chang'an City who knew about this thing to have a look, but that person didn't know either. Finally, I found many forging workshops and even used my connections to bring it to the Ministry of Works, but there was no clue. So it has been in my treasure room. Today, I learned that Prince Zhong has returned to the city, so I came to present this treasure. Sir, you are experienced and knowledgeable, so I hope you can give me a look. This time, Zhong Feng was asked the right question. Needless to say, he didn't know what this thing was. At this time, he couldn't help but think of the pharaoh's dagger. The dagger was also made of meteorite. Zhong Feng couldn't help but have an impulse to go to the pyramid to explore the tomb right now. However, this was just a random thought. If he really wanted to go, he really didn't dare to go. At this time, it was simply courting death. Then, Zhong Feng put the meteorite on the table and said, I don't know what this thing is for the time being, but if I can figure it out in the future, how about I inform you immediately? Hey, you flatter me. This was originally a gift for Prince Zhong to thank Prince Zhong for his cultivation of Wanli. If you like it, then keep it. Chapter 865. When Zhong Feng saw this, he couldn't understand. No, how can I accept this? This is an incredible treasure. I can't accept it. Besides, teaching and educating people is what I should do. How can I let Master Qian spend money on this? Zhong Feng patted the meteorite and said with certainty. No, 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 this thing belongs to the virtuous. Although this old man is a businessman, I have always admired people like you. In addition, my son is in the academy, and Prince Zhong thinks so highly of him. This old man feels that this gift is a bit shameful. What are you saying? Ari. Since Master Qian is so straightforward, then this little one will be disrespectful. Ma Ju's horizons had been broadened today. This was simply more exciting than anything else. The conversation between a profiteer and a dean had simply opened a new door for him. At this moment, Ma Ju looked outside the door. He didn't know when, but the curtain of a palanquin slowly opened, and a pharaoh-like woman appeared at the door. It was also because of this woman's appearance that the originally noisy outside the door instantly became silent. At this moment, Ma Ju was also a little stunned. Which family was this woman from? How could she be so seductive? At this time, Zhong Feng and Qian Tong also noticed the person outside the door. Qian Tong was worthy of being called a wily old fox, his eyes rolling for a moment before he quickly got up and said, Oh, after chatting with young Master Zhong, this old man has completely forgotten about the important matter. Young Master Zhong, let's meet again another day. This old man will take his leave first. While speaking, Qian Tong hurriedly left. Seeing this, Zhong Feng smacked his lips and didn't say anything. He looked at the graceful Yuqi Yu'er standing at the door and said with a chuckle, I didn't expect Miss Yu'er to grace my humble abode with your presence. You really bring light to my humble abode. Please come in. Yuqi Yu'er pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't expect to disturb Prince Zhong's mood. I hope Prince Zhong won't take offense. Ha ha ha, of course not. After the two chatted for a while, Zhong Feng asked, by the way, how did you find this place? It's all because Prince Zhong's reputation is too great. This little girl heard about the news of Prince Zhong leaving the mountain at home, so she had nothing to do and wanted to come to your little tavern to take a look. Hey. However, hearing this, Zhong Feng asked, but what? Yuchi looked around and smiled sweetly. Do you know how many talented girls have been charmed by your little tavern? Well, I don't know. However, if they like, they can come to Chang'an. I will definitely welcome them. Ma Ju always felt that he was an extra. After standing there for a while, he felt his scalp go numb from the conversation between the two of them. He couldn't help but sneak out of the tavern and close the door behind him. Only then did Ma Ju's heart begin to beat rapidly. It was 2F** King exciting. If he stayed any longer, Ma Ju couldn't guarantee that he would be able to walk out of the tavern alive. Whether it was the conversation between Zhong Feng and Niu Weili, or with Chen Tong, or with this girl, these three conversations seemed to have opened a new door for Ma Ju. In these three conversations, Zhong Feng changed his tone 3 times. But what puzzled him the most and made him feel the most depressed and frightened was the conversation with this girl named Yu. She was obviously a stunning woman, and Zhong Feng was approachable. Although the two were laughing and chatting, he felt that it was more tiring than a real fight. This was simply worse than shit. When the people outside the tavern saw the girl enter the tavern, although they were a little surprised, they tactfully left. After all, everyone knew. At this time, Zhong Feng definitely wouldn't pay attention to them. However, Zhong Feng and Yuchi were just chatting casually. After a while, Yuchi gently rested her chin on her jade-like hand and quietly looked at Zhong Feng. Seeing this, Zhong Feng felt a little uncomfortable. Miss Yu, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something dirty on my face? Yuchi smiled faintly. No, but this little girl remembers that when we were on the mountain, Prince Zhong seemed to have said that when we meet again, he would recite poems with me. When Zhong Feng heard this, he felt like his head was about to explode. Aren't I busy? After the sky changes, this little one will definitely invite Miss Yu to recite poems with me. How about it? Yuchi pursed her lips and smiled. Then, I'll wait for the good news. As she spoke, Yuchi stood up lazily. She didn't know if it was on purpose or not, but when she stood up, she staggered and fell into Zhong Feng's arms. Zhong Feng didn't expect Yuchi to do this. In a panic, he instinctively reached out and Yuchi appeared in his arms in an instant. Yuchi proud and beautiful face was deeply buried in Zhong Feng's arms. In an instant, that proud place almost suffocated Zhong Feng to death. Feeling the plump and supple skin on his fingertips, Zhong Feng's heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Seductress. She was simply a seductress. Chapter 866. In an instant, Zhong Feng's face turned as red as blood. Yuchi hugged Zhong Feng as if she'd lost her head out of fear, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. Cough, cough, cough. As Zhong Feng coughed violently, Yuchi let go of Zhong Feng in a panic. This. Prince Zhong, my daughter didn't do it on purpose. I hope Prince Zhong. Yuchi looked at Zhong Feng like a child who had done something wrong. Zhong Feng's head buzzed as if it was about to explode. This was what he couldn't stand the most. He especially didn't dare to look into Yuchi's eyes. Now that they had inadvertently met each other's eyes, Zhong Feng's face turned even redder. Cough, cough, cough. It's fine, I'm fine. Damn the floor. When I have time, I'll definitely get the craftsman on the mountain to repave the floor. Yes, it's the floor's fault. Zhong Fengdong said one sentence after another. There was no trace of the wisdom he had before. As he spoke, Yuchi finally realized what they were doing. She panicked and stood up from Zhong Feng's lap. For the first time, a trace of panic appeared in Yuchi's seductive eyes. After the two of them hurriedly tidied up their clothes, they acted as if nothing had happened and drank tea with all their might. After a long while, Yuchi stole a glance at Zhong Feng. Seeing that he was playing with his hair, she asked, Prince Zhong, can Yu ask you something? Go ahead. After Yu went down the mountain, Prince Zhong composed that poem. Was it because of you that you felt lost? This, Zhong Feng's mouth was dry. His mind was still in a mess. He was still thinking about what had just happened. When he heard Yuer's question, he didn't know what to say. He had only casually composed the poem last time. If it weren't for those 3 bastards, this wouldn't have happened. Yuer clearly misunderstood something. However, how could Zhong Feng explain this? There was simply no way to explain it. The more he tried to explain, the more he couldn't make sense of it. Zhong Feng coughed and said, Miss Yuer, a poem's ability lies in its meaning. Why do you have to pursue it? Who are you doing it for? Zhong Feng's words. Yuer smiled faintly. Seeing Zhong Feng's hand on the teacup, she placed her hand on Zhong Feng's hand and said in an aggrieved tone, Young Master Zhong, can you compose a poem for me? This, the moment Yuer's hand, Hans's hand. What was he supposed to say? Isn't this King asking for my life? Weren't you afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself? Damn you, old you. You're already so old. Lao Tzu has no enmity with you. You don't have to use this seductress to harm me, right? If you're still holding a grudge over how I tricked you, Lao Tzu will return it to you, okay? Zhong Feng couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't guarantee what would happen if he continued to stay here. This woman was simply more powerful than anything else. Well, Miss Yuer, you know that poems. Yuer thought that Zhong Feng was going to compose a poem. Her face lit up. I've long heard that Prince Zhong is eloquent and can compose poems easily. Could it be that Prince Zhong has thought of it so quickly? As she spoke, Yuer put her face in front of Zhong Feng again. Zhong Feng groaned inwardly. He twisted his numb neck and drank all the water in the cup and the teapot in one gulp. Then he said, thinking of clothes in the clouds and face in the flowers, the spring breeze brushes the railings and the dew is thick. If not for the mountains and jade heads, we would meet under the moon in the jade pavilion. At this moment, Zhong Feng just wanted to finish his task as soon as possible. When the poem was finished, Zhong Feng hurriedly got up. Suppressing his emotions, he said, Miss Yuer, I still have important matters to attend to. Prince Zhong, this is. Yuer pretended to be surprised. The next moment, she saw that Zhong Feng's expression was abnormally ugly. She covered her mouth and laughed. In that case, Yuer will come to visit another day. Thank you Prince Zhong for your poem today. Yuer will definitely give you a big gift another day. As she spoke, Yuer leisurely got up. After giving a courtly greeting, she slowly left. Only after Yuer left did Zhong Feng's taut nerves instantly relax. He hurriedly ran to the rear courtyard and dove headfirst into the water tank, not caring whether or not the water in the tank had been used for a long time or whether or not there were insects inside. To sober himself up. At this moment, Ma Ju waited for Yuer to leave before entering the small tavern. As soon as he heard the noise in the backyard, he turned pale with fright and hurriedly ran into the backyard. Teacher, how did Zhong Feng become like this when he just went out for a while? Ma Ju could not help but pull Zhong Feng out of the water tank in a panic. With the cool water, Zhong Feng became much more clear-headed and the evil fire in his heart subsided. Squatting beside the water tank and panting, he signaled Ma Ju to give him a cigarette. After taking 2 puffs with trembling hands, Zhong Feng asked, Yuer left? She left. She really left? Yes, I saw her get into the sedan chair and leave. Hearing this, Zhong Feng heaved a deep sigh of relief. Then, he cursed, Lao Tzu asked you to come here to broaden your horizons. Mother ***, in the end, you just left Lao Tzu here alone? Chapter 867. Ma Ju was dumbfounded. He turned pale with fright and stuttered at a loss. Teacher, this, the ancient said, this, don't give me this. Let me ask you, did you really not understand or were you faking it? Didn't you see that I was flattering you? If you felt uncomfortable and ran away, why didn't you call me along? How can you trick your teacher like this? Ma Ju felt wronged. However, he didn't know what to do and was sweating profusely from anxiety. When Zhong Feng saw this, he couldn't reprimand him. After all, this woman was too powerful. How could an honest person like Ma Ju have seen this before? All right, I don't blame you for this. After all, no one has seen this kind of woman before. However, I brought you out to broaden your horizons. Tonight, I want you to write down what you've learned today. Also, I want you to copy the disciple rules 10 times. When Ma Ju heard this, he could only bow and say, yes. All right, you can go up the mountain. Also, tell them that I have something important to do here. Zhong Feng waved his hand tiredly and sent Ma Ju away. However, before Ma Ju could walk out of the backyard, he saw Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin walking into the tavern with 2 beggars' chickens. When he saw Yu Qigong, Zhong Feng was so angry that his whole body trembled. After waving his hand to let Ma Ju go up the mountain, Zhong Feng walked into the tavern angrily. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were stunned. Yo, what's going on? Who bullied you? Yu Qigong couldn't help but ask in surprise. You still have the nerve to ask. Lao Tzu has no grudge with you. Why did you make fun of him? Yu Qigong was stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly punched the beggar's chicken away and asked, what happened? What does this have to do with me again? Don't worry, if that bastard dares to bully you and frame me, Lao Tzu will bring him here now. You can kill him or cut him up as you wish. Cheng Yaojin also felt that something was wrong. They were training the soldiers at the foot of the mountain. When they heard that Zhong Feng had gone down the mountain, the 2 of them waited for the training to end before rushing over. They wanted to have a drink with Zhong Feng. While he was at it, he would also clarify the matter with Yuchi. But now, seeing Zhong Feng's appearance, Cheng Yaojin and Wang Chong instantly felt that something big had happened. As expected, as soon as Cheng Yaojin finished speaking, Zhong Feng pursed his lips and said, "Are you sure you don't know?" Cheng Yaojin spread out his hands and said, "We just finished our work. When we heard that you went down the mountain, we hurriedly ran over to have a drink with you. How would we know what was wrong with you?" When Zhong Feng heard this, his mood improved a little. He snorted and said, "Just now, his sister came." Yu Qigong's expression changed upon hearing this. He had come this time to resolve this matter. Yu Qi told the truth. Yu Qigong had always been fighting outside, so he had never met her. He had only exchanged letters with that cousin of his, and had occasionally heard him mention that he had a girl. Back when he was drinking with Zhong Feng, he blurted it out without thinking. When he returned home, he told his family. The more the 2 of them thought about it in bed, the more they felt that there was something going on between the 2 of them. Yu Qigong's wife had always been in charge of the household, so she naturally knew more about Yu Qi than Yu Qigong. She only said that Yu Qi was a rare beauty in the Yuqi family and was famous in the Jiangnan area. The 2 of them looked at Zhong Feng. He was still single, and brimming with talent. If the 2 of them got together, they would be a perfect match. Although Yu Qi might be the concubine, for someone like Zhong Feng, whose future was unknown, such a thing was negligible. Which successful man did not have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Besides, given Zhong Feng's relationship with the emperor and the crown prince, he had a bright future ahead of him. However, when the 2 of them met, it seemed to be completely different from what they had imagined. First, it was Zhong Feng's poem on the mountain. Then, it was the emperor and the retired emperor's anger. Then, the retired emperor's words after meeting Yu Qi. Yu Qigong could not help but be cautious. After that, Yu Qigong hurriedly dispatched the best men under his command to investigate the imperial chef Yu Qi from various states in Jiangnan. It was also on this day. Right when they came out of the drill ground of Mount Xiao, a scout finally came back with a letter that was delivered from a family 800 miles away from each state capital. His face was covered in dust. Yu Qi was extremely beautiful. But at home and in Jiangnan, she was also the center of attention. She had been extremely arrogant since she was young. Most importantly, she was very ambitious and good at playing with people's hearts. After reading the letter, Yu Qigong was really anxious. He finally understood why the retired emperor said that. He also finally understood why Zhong Feng was so anxious. However, it was not his place to interfere in this matter. As long as things did not develop in the worst direction, it would be best if Zhong Feng could change Yu Qi's mind with his wicked ideas. However, Yu Qigong was still a step too late. Yu Qigong's expression was slightly serious as he said, "Zhongfeng, I'm going to ask you a serious question now. Answer me honestly. Do you like Yu Qi? Chapter 868. Zhongfeng's expression turned serious when he heard that. To be honest, Zhongfeng was infatuated with Yu Qi even though he was in a sorry state after meeting her twice. Who didn't love beauties? Everyone did. To be fair, Zhongfeng wasn't a villain or a gentleman. He liked beauties too, but Yu always gave him a feeling that he couldn't see through her. He even felt a sense of danger. But humans were just that cheap. Even though he knew there was a problem, Zhongfeng was looking forward to this kind of challenge. Especially the moment he came into contact with Yu Qi, Zhongfeng was a little infatuated with the feeling of suffocation. Perhaps it was also a desire to conquer. At this time, Zhongfeng also knew that if Zhongfeng said no, then Lao Yu might use some means to send Yu back to Jiangnan, or find a second-generation official to marry her. It was all because of Zhongfeng's words. Zhongfeng thought for a long time, but Yu Qigong wasn't in a hurry. He picked up Zhongfeng's cigarette from the table, scratched the wick of the oil lamp, lit it, and smoked slowly. Well, to be honest, I don't like her. From a man's point of view, Yu is indeed. But she's a little scheming. I still can't see through her. So, if you say you don't like her, you'll be lying. Do you understand what I mean, old Yu? Zhongfeng said after weighing the pros and cons for a long time. Yu Qigong grinned and said, if that's the case, I won't interfere in this matter. Besides, I can't interfere even if I want to. I can only give you a piece of advice. Yu has been arrogant since she was a child, and she's been spoiled, so I won't force you to be together in the future. I just don't want to fall to the point where we can't even be brothers in the end. Yu Qigong had seen too many things like this. He couldn't help but feel a little bitter when he talked about it. Although Zhongfeng hadn't known him for long, he was someone who couldn't hide things. As for him and Yu Qi, it was easy to cause a commotion in the city. The storm that Yu Qigong was talking about was that he was afraid that Yu Qi would mess around with Zhongfeng's things. In the end, the Emperor Emeritus and the Emperor Emeritus would not be able to tolerate it. Although the Emperor Emeritus and the Emperor Emeritus might not necessarily make a move against Zhongfeng, if this brat's feelings were too deep, then, once the Emperor and the retired Emperor made a move against Yu Qi, it would be truly terrifying if he went crazy. Perhaps this was what the Emperor and retired Emperor meant when they talked about it that day? Yu Qigong couldn't help but sigh again and say, come on, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's take it one step at a time. I know you haven't eaten yet, so why don't we have a drink? Zhongfeng didn't want to dwell on this matter. Old Yu was a smart man, so he naturally knew what to do. Old Yu changed the topic. Zhongfeng also instantly felt hungry. If you didn't mention it, I would really be hungry. Wait a minute, I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. I think I still have some dry food. Let's have a good drink later. It was said that Zhongfeng still had some private goods. Cheng Yarojin couldn't help but grumble, boy, how many things have you hidden? How can you hide them so well? Zhongfeng smiled mischievously, ignored the two of them, and went into the kitchen. Zhongfeng hadn't been back for a long time, so he didn't know whether the things he kept had been taken by the army of rats. But fortunately, what Zhongfeng was worried about didn't happen. The jar was still firmly upside down in the basin, and the dried tiger meat hidden in it should be uneaten. While Zhongfeng was tinkering in the kitchen, Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong looked at the beer in their hands and smelled the fragrance coming from Zhongfeng's kitchen. In an instant, the beggar's chicken in their hands suddenly didn't smell good. Guess, is there any good wine in Feng's tavern? Cheng Yarojin whispered in Yu Qigong's ear. Yu Qigong's eyes lit up in an instant. Let's go and have a look. Both of them were drunkards. Zhongfeng said that there was no wine. It was fine on the mountain, but where was it? This was a small tavern. How could there be no wine here? The two of them rummaged from the wine cabinet to the backyard for a long time, but in the end, they still couldn't find any wine. They had to go back to the hall gloomily, looking everywhere with their 4 eyes. From the roof beam to the kitchen. At this moment, Zhongfeng came out. Looking at the strange eyes of the two of them, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What are you looking at?" Ahem. The two of them coughed and pretended that nothing had happened. When the 3 meat dishes and a few vegetable dishes were served, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Looking at the golden marinated jerky, he asked, "Is this the good thing you said?" The jerky was cut into small pieces by Zhong Feng. Then, he dried the leftover rice crust and placed it on top of the jerky. He sprinkled a handful of pepper and cumin on it, and added a spoonful of hot oil. That taste. It would be strange if the two of them could stand it. When Zhong Feng was about to put all the dishes on the table, Cheng Yaojin pulled him and said, "Fengzi, you have good dishes, but this beer. Isn't it a bit too bad?" Zhong Feng stared and pointed to a bucket of swill in the corner. "There is no white wine, but there is some swill. Do you want to drink it?" Chapter 869. You only know how to drink. Why didn't you drink alcohol before? Zhong Feng was also annoyed by Yuchi Yuer's matter. Now that he said that, he felt that he had gone overboard. Fortunately, Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Gong were both shameless people. Zhong Feng was like a younger brother to them. Seeing that Zhong Feng didn't have any white wine, the two didn't say anything. They glanced at Zhong Feng and started to eat. This made Zhong Feng feel that he was being petty. Zhong Feng couldn't help but feel a little awkward. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin asked as he tore a piece of jerky, "I heard from Ironball that you're preparing to take over the mid-autumn hunt. How's the preparation going now? Excluding today, there are only 10 days left. Do you want Old Man to find a Kuju team for you?" When it came to serious matters, Zhong Feng couldn't help but look serious. "Forget about the Kuju team. Even if I look for one now, I won't be able to find one." Hearing this, Yuchi Gong and Cheng Yaojin looked at each other and said, "Don't tell me you're planning to form a Kuju team yourself in these 10 days? The two of them had never heard of this from Cheng Chumo and the others. However, he dared to form a Kuju team when he didn't know anything about it. Moreover, it was within 10 days. No matter how they looked at it, it was impossible. However, since this kid said so, it meant that he was prepared. Although this mid-autumn hunt didn't seem to be a big deal, it was obvious that the Imperial College was targeting Chang'an University and Zhong Feng's White Deer College. Who asked Zhong Feng to be in the limelight during this period of time? If Zhong Feng didn't come out on top during the mid-autumn hunt, then, if Zhong Feng's academy failed in the 3 autumn hunts after 3 years of Imperial examinations, then, in that case, he wouldn't have to participate in the Imperial examinations. This mid-autumn hunt was equivalent to the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights inspecting the situation of the academy in advance for the Emperor. If you can't even handle a small mid-autumn hunt, how can you get a chicken? He might as well not participate in the Imperial examinations. How embarrassing. In other words, it was a kind of resource deviation of the country to the academy. The Imperial College had been established for a long time, and it was built by the people of the Imperial Court. Naturally, it had a close relationship with the people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights. Originally, the matter of the mid-autumn hunt should have been notified long ago. But this year's situation was special. Because of the locust plague and the food shortage on Mount Hua, many things were put on hold. Even the Imperial examinations had been suspended. No one had thought that the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights would suddenly make an announcement at this time. No one knew what the Emperor was thinking. Did he really believe that Zhong Feng could resolve this matter? Or was he deliberately trying to make Zhong Feng stand up? Preparing for the mid-autumn poetry meet? Although Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Gong had unique talents in military affairs, they were not good in this aspect. They only knew that someone was targeting Zhong Feng. But they did not know the details. At this time, seeing Zhong Feng like this, they could not help but think that Zhong Feng was angry just now because of this matter. Yuchi Gong and Cheng Yaojin nodded and said, "I thought it was something else. So this is what you are worried about? You can leave this matter to me. I have been training with the training manual you gave me last time. I have a group of good people under me. If you trust me, you can take this recruit training manual to participate in the mid-autumn hunt. It will definitely open the eyes of those idiots from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights." Yes, Old You is right. I think this matter will work. The two of them echoed each other. Zhong Feng curled his lips and said, just put your hearts in your stomachs. You don't have to worry about this matter. When the two heard this, their eyes lit up and they asked in unison, did you prepare something good? What do you mean something good? Zhong Feng rolled his eyes at the two of them. He seriously suspected that the two of them were preparing to scam him again. However, seeing that the two of them were so concerned about this matter, Zhong Feng couldn't help but think of a plan. He smiled and asked, the two of you are really concerned about this little brother. This little brother has indeed prepared something good, but right now, I'm lacking manpower. Would the two of you like to help this little brother? This time, it was Yu Qigong and Yu Qigong's turn to be shocked. Zhong Feng smiled. Especially when he smiled so cheekily, he was definitely up to something. The two of them were smart people. How could they not know? After looking at each other, the two of them immediately asked with vigilance, tell us about it first. We will think about it. Where could he find free labor that didn't cost him anything? Didn't they take the initiative to come to their door? Zhong Feng rubbed his hands and said, hey, don't feel pressured. It's not difficult to do. I just need to trouble the two of you to help me find some carpenters and blacksmiths. As for the rest, I just need to send some cement from my Xingshan Academy. As for the rest, you just need to make a floor as big as my tavern and put 2 backboards on the trees on both sides of the floor. If the two of you are too lazy to go to Xingshan Academy, you can also pave the floor with stone slab. Yu Qigong and Yu Qigong's faces were full of question marks. What kind of operation was this? They could not help but ask suspiciously, just this? Chapter 870. Yu Qigong and Li Yongjin thought for a while and felt that something was wrong. It was too simple. This is so simple that it couldn't be any simpler. But, why did you make this? They didn't know about cement. But they had been to Mount Xiao. The market at the foot of Mount Xiao was made of that stuff. The two of them had been itching to take some home. A little bit of mud-like stuff was poured on the ground, and after a while, it became like a stone. This was simply too amazing. At this time, seeing that Zhong Feng actually wanted them to go to the mountain to transport cement, the two of them couldn't help but quickly fiddle with their little abacus in their hearts. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. If they could seize this opportunity, okay, what a coincidence. We really have nothing to do during this time. Just tell us, where can we get this stuff you mentioned? We'll go back and find someone to get it now. Yu Qigong slammed the table, shaking the dishes on the table. Zhong Feng was also shocked. What's wrong with you? Sit down, don't be agitated. I suspect that I didn't explain this to you clearly. You two listen carefully. Zhong Feng seriously suspected that what he said was distorted by the two of them. This thing, I call it a basketball court. I know, isn't it the thing you prepared for this mid-autumn hunt? Cheng Yaojin interrupted Zhong Feng, but it seemed that he really hadn't heard of the word basketball. He hurriedly asked, what is a basketball? Basketball is a fun thing that I invented. Zhong Feng didn't know how to explain it. There was no way to explain this thing at all. In this era, there was only Kuju, which they couldn't understand. After rubbing his forehead, Zhong Feng said, it's hard to explain it clearly. You two go and do what I said first. When the ball is done tomorrow, I'll tell you what it is. I really can't tell you now. How about it? Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin weren't happy. Hey, what's wrong? You still want to hide it from us? You brat, you're not being honest. It's not about being honest or not. If I tell you right now, here's just a ball. Will you believe me? Besides, the ball will only be fixed tomorrow. What do you want me to do? Seeing this, the two of them reluctantly shut their mouths. Well, let's have a drink. By the way, Fengzi, where do you plan to put this ball court thing? Get it? Zhong Feng couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, if he wanted to promote basketball, especially before the autumn hunt, and let the people accept this thing, he could only do it to the extent that every community and every market had a basketball court, just like in the future. In that case, once it attracted the enthusiasm of the people for basketball, it would naturally be recognized by the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights during the mid-autumn hunt. At that time, There would be 5 people that he had personally trained. Then, Zhong Feng could not help but have a crazy plan in his mind. Old Chen, I have something that you guys need to think about for me. If you think it's feasible, you guys have a lot of people under you. Go and do it for me today. Is that okay? Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong narrowed their eyes. Seeing that Zhong Feng didn't look like he was joking, they couldn't help but stop joking. They went forward and asked, "Tell us about it." "There is, but how to do it depends on how you guys do it. Old Chen, do you still remember the promotion of the cooperative and the bone-strengthening powder?" Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong's eyes lit up when they heard this. However, Cheng Yaojin was speechless. He asked, "Then tell me, what is this ball-watching thing? You're saying it out of the blue. This." Zhong Feng patted Cheng Yaojin's shoulder and snapped his fingers. "You have to listen carefully. You all know about Kuju, right?" "Yes, we know. Not only do we know, but we also play together when we have nothing to do." "That's right." Zhong Feng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they had played with this thing, it would be easy to handle. This thing is actually the same as Kuju. However, Kuju is played with the feet, while this basketball is played with the hands. There is a frame about the size of a washbasin more than 10 feet above the ground. There is one on each side of the court. There is no need to explain this, right? The two nodded. They stared at Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng continued, "As long as the ball is thrown into the frame, it counts as winning the game. This thing is not like Kuju, which is used for fighting. This thing is completely invented by me to strengthen the body. It's not as good as old Master Li." As soon as they heard Zhong Feng mention the retired emperor, the two immediately sat up straight. Although Zhong Feng was a little surprised, he didn't care and said, "You have seen old Master Li's body. However, if old Master Li played it every day, his physical fitness would definitely be better than now. Is this thing really so magical?" Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but think of the poker cards that Zhong Feng had invented before. When Zhong Feng had made that thing, he had said that it was a good thing. Yes, it was a good thing, but it was too damn expensive. Now, not only were all the gambling houses using poker cards, but even the military and the women at home were playing it when they had nothing to do. In a short period of time, the two's money had shrunk. It was still okay in the military. If you shouted, no one would dare to play. However, if you dared to shout at home, you could try it. You couldn't even enter the door at night. Chapter 871. Although the women in his family quarreled with each other for a few copper coins every day because of this toy, if he dared to stop them from playing with it, he would not be able to enter the room for half a month. This was even more cruel than the scourge of wild beasts. At this moment, seeing that Zhong Feng was about to come up with something, the two of them could not help but be alarmed. "Fengzi, this thing you're talking about, is it really for strengthening the body? Nothing else?" They were really scared. If it were not for the fact that this thing was made by Zhong Feng, and if it were made by someone else, the emperor would have chopped the person who invented the poker card into pieces. Why would he wait until now? Basically, the concubines in the harem were playing this thing all day long. Although they were not as competitive, it was still a headache for Li Shimin. Zhong Feng knew better than anyone about the poker card, but he had no choice. He was not good at chess, and under old Master Li's pressure, how could he withstand it? He had no choice but to come up with something like this to fend off old Master Li's attacks. He didn't allow this thing to spread out. However, at this moment, it was useless to say all this. Although Zhong Feng knew what Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong were thinking, Zhong Feng really had to instill some knowledge into them about basketball. Otherwise, they would be too naive. Cough cough. This basketball is actually something that my respected teacher told me about when we were at Phoenix Ridge. He said that this thing can not only strengthen the body, relax the muscles and circulate the meridians, but it can also prolong life. Hearing that, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were instantly energized. "Are you sure?" The two of them asked almost at the same time. Zhong Feng saw that the two of them were on the same page, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "Of course. This thing, guess how old my teacher is this year?" Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong were shocked. Although they were also very curious about who Zhong Feng's master was, To be able to teach him so many magical things, they were still very curious. Now that they saw that Zhongfeng was going to talk about his master, they couldn't help but sit down on Zhongfeng's bench. They didn't even bother to drink their wine. This time, it was Zhongfeng's turn to explode. It was because of the fleas on Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin. It could be seen with the naked eye. How could Zhongfeng dare to sit between the two of them? Moreover, Zhongfeng seriously suspected that the two of them had some special fetishes. Zhongfeng hurriedly jumped up and sat on the other side. Hey, don't be like this. I'll say it, okay? Don't be rough. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fist. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. So this kid was actually into this. Yu Qigong couldn't help but light one of Zhongfeng's cigarettes. He took a puff and said, "Then tell us, what's the deal with this thing? Also, Laro Li has always been very interested in your master's matters. If you tell us today, Laro Li might be happy and you won't have to pay a single cent for this." Zhongfeng didn't care about this little bit of money. It didn't cost much anyway. Most importantly, I've already given you the job. Why would I give you money? You're thinking too much. However, Zhongfeng couldn't say anything. These two were much dumber than Laro Li and the others. If only Laro Li and the others were here, how good would that be? At least he wouldn't have to waste so much saliva. This matter started from the winter of 2 years ago. You all know about Phoenix Ridge, right? It's a little bit below Yangping Pass. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin nodded. Not only had they been there, but they also knew that it was Zhongfeng's hometown. Zhongfeng continued, "At that time, I was still a stubborn person, like Chen Tianyu. But that day, when I went to the mountain to pick wild mushrooms with my friends from the village, I met an old man. Even if I don't tell you, you should be able to guess. That's right, that old man was my master. When he saw me, he hugged me and climbed up the cliff with his bare hands from the mountain stream." Poor Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong didn't know that they had been led astray by Zhongfeng. The two listened and sucked in a breath of cold air. And then, "That's King Immortal. I know the area around Yangping Pass. The mountains are steep and dense with forests. There are many wild animals. 2 years ago, with your physique, you would have weighed at least 100 pounds. This hometown, cough cough, how did the old Mr. climb it with his bare hands? Hurry up and tell me." Zhongfeng didn't even think and directly told them the story of the meeting between Ling Huchong and Feng Qingyang in the movie The Proud Journey to the West. "Although I don't know how old my master is, he should be at least 70 or 80 years old. But on that steep mountain wall, it was as if he had suction cups on his hands. When he clasped the wall, he jumped more than 100 feet high. Hiss. F***ck, is he still human? A 70 or 80-year-old old man carrying a kid. Is he an immortal? F***ck. Chapter 872. Zhongfeng saw that the two of them were very smart. They didn't have to work as hard as Yu Shenan and the others. If Yu Shenan and the others heard it, they would ask about it according to the things in the books. But these two wouldn't. Because what Zhongfeng didn't know was that these two guys were generals. They had heard a lot of rumors about this kind of thing, but they used to think that it must be fake. But at this time, they listened very seriously. There was no other way. If they didn't believe it, then they had never seen Zhongfeng's ability. Even Yuan Tiangang, the old faker, said that this kid was strange and that he was the Ziwei star in the sky. Then, the old guy he was talking about now, was it true? The two of them thought so. They couldn't help but get excited. "Tell us. What are you waiting for? Hurry up." Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Zhongfeng hurriedly got up. He avoided the two of them and said, "This thing is strange. I was scared at that time. These things were not even written in the book. But I met it that day. How can I not be afraid?" So, I struggled on his back, but it was to no avail. When I opened my eyes, guess what happened? I had already appeared at the highest peak of Qinling. "What is that called?" "The highest one is called Luoxia Slope." "Tell us, what happened in the end? By the way, don't talk about these useless things. Just tell us, what did this old man say to you?" The more the two of them listened, the more excited they became. They hurriedly raised their hands to slap Zhong Feng. Zhong Feng was scared and pointed at the two of them. Hey, 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 what are you doing? I won't tell you if you continue like this. Lao Tzu is too lazy to play basketball. Seeing this, the two of them were ready to sandwich Zhong Feng in the middle. Zhong Feng couldn't sit still. He hurriedly said, Don't, I beg you two brothers to spare me. I will tell you, okay? Speaking of which, that's not right. After Master brought me up the mountain, he said that I'm a genius that's hard to come by in 100 years and that I'm a savior of the world. He wanted to teach me some skills. Of course, I didn't want to. There are many old swindlers like him in Phoenix Ridge. How can I believe him? But the old man is not happy. He pointed at the foot of the mountain. At that time, I was deceived. Do you know? He told me to go down alone. Oh my God, it's so high. How can it go down? In the end, under his tyranny, I gave in and became his disciple. After that, this old fellow stayed in a rundown temple in the mountains all day long and didn't go anywhere. Then, in just 3 months' time, After that, the old guy ran away. He only said that he was going to play on the other side of the sea. When I have the ability to go to the other side of the sea, he will teach me his real ability. Immortal? Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were dumbfounded. These two words instantly flashed through their minds. Only such a person could train such an awesome disciple. You're saying that your master only taught you for a month? Yu Qigong asked, somewhat confused. Zhong Feng nodded. Yes, master said that I shouldn't bite off more than I can chew. Fut. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong almost spat blood on Zhong Feng's face. You've already learned so much, and you still call that biting off more than you can chew? Do you have any shame? You. Kid, tell me about this basketball first. When we have time, we'll talk about your master. Cheng Yaojin choked on a mouthful of smoke, his face flushed red. What they cared about was this thing that could prolong their lives. In the early years, the two of them squandered wantonly because of their strong bodies. However, in the recent 2 years, they stopped and realized that there was something wrong with their bodies. Especially at night, their backs would ache. Thunder, rain, and change of weather would make their bones feel as if someone was whipping them. This was the torture that all the generals had to endure. Don't look at how awesome they were during the day. But once night fell, they would turn into cowards. Therefore, as long as you heard of something on the market that could prolong one's life and strengthen one's body, you wouldn't find a single trace of it the next day. This was the reason why the bone-strengthening powder and locusts could be accepted by people. Because those things were really useful. However, these things were temporary. If they ran out this year, they would have to wait until next year to have more. This made them worried. Although they already had some in stock, they couldn't afford to eat it. At this time, when he heard Zhong Feng say that the basketball had such an effect, how could Yu Qigong sit still? Now, his mind was full of basketball. Seeing that the two of them were successfully led to the right path, Zhong Feng said with a smile, this basketball is not medicine. It's just a sport, just like kickball. Sport? The two of them were a little confused. Yes, it's a sport. Look at the people in Chang'an City now. What's the best thing for them? It's to stroll around the streets and brag. This won't do. People have to find something to do. Otherwise, after walking around for a day or sleeping for a day, their whole body will be scattered. When the two of them heard this, they felt that there was really such a thing. Sometimes, the two of them couldn't sleep at night because of the pain. Whenever they had time during the day, they would sleep. However, it was different in the military camp. On the contrary, they felt that nothing was wrong. Involuntarily, the two of them listened more carefully to Zhong Feng's words. When Zhong Feng saw this, he said again, I'll tell you a secret, but you have to promise that you won't tell anyone. Chapter 873. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were completely taken in by Zhong Feng's words. Zhong Feng was right no matter what he said. Seeing that Zhong Feng was about to say something extraordinary, they couldn't help but stare at him. What are you talking about? Don't you trust me? Zhong Feng waved his hand again and again. It's nothing. If that's the case, then I'll say it. Basketball, to put it bluntly, is a course that our academy will open in the future. It's called physical education. But this thing can be used in the army. From the streets to the army, and then to the palace. Have you thought about it? What if one day, basketball completely replaces Kuju? What will happen? By then, all the big families will have this thing in their courtyards. The streets will be filled with children and old women playing basketball. In the army, this is a very good activity to select the top talent. This thing has an extremely high physical requirement. From children playing, to old women, to the academy, and then to the army, there are some things in there. Although they are all played by people, the technology, how to cooperate in battle, how to cooperate, and how to consume energy are all arranged in a straight line. So, wait a moment. Yu Qigong hurriedly interrupted Zhongfeng. At this time, his curly beard was trembling. The fleas on his beard were jumping everywhere as if there was an earthquake. It seemed to show Yu Qigong's excitement at this time. Zhongfeng waved his hand and said in a very gentlemanly manner. He waved his hand and made a gesture of invitation. Go ahead. What kind of gesture is this? Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin were a little confused and asked. Zhongfeng also felt abrupt, but he was thick-skinned and said, this is a etiquette on the basketball court. It means gentlemanly demeanor. The so-called gentlemanly demeanor is the demeanor of a man. Oh. It turned out that this was gentlemanly etiquette with one hand behind his back and the right hand reaching out to someone's face. The two of them couldn't help but remember this deeply in their hearts. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin fought for the right to speak. In the end, Yu Qigong took the lead and said, do you think this can be fully used in the military? Afraid that Zhongfeng would misunderstand, Yu Qigong explained again, didn't I set up a military training ground? This looks a little interesting. But these little guys are like little chicks. It's not easy to choose the best one. How do you think you can apply this to the military? Well, Zhongfeng really didn't know how to do it. Looking at the chessboard left behind by Li Yuan in the corner, he could not help but have a bright idea. Actually, this is very easy to choose. You can't really split into two groups to gang up on each other, and you can't go one by one. This way, you can only reflect the size of their fists. In terms of military judgment and overall coordination, you really can't see anything. For example, this expectation. The real talent in the game takes the overall situation into consideration. In this basketball court, for example, you two, Old Chen and Old Yu, each of you sent out 5 players. It's not up to me to decide how to win, nor is it up to fists. It's up to the person who can throw the ball into the basket the most times without breaking any rules. Only the person who can throw the ball into the basket the most times will win. This will test the cooperation of the entire team. Yes. In the military, this is also called calling out soldiers on the battlefield. Tell me, what do you think of this thing? At this time, it was finally Cheng Yaojin's turn to speak. He hurriedly said, but this doesn't reflect the difference in it. How can you see that it's good for physical fitness and the selection of military seedlings? It's better to just throw them into the mountains and come back alive. That's the kind of method that works. Zhongfeng looked at Cheng Yaojin with some disdain and said, are you going to follow them into the mountains and watch them one by one? Cheng Yaojin shook his head. Zhongfeng spread his hands and said, isn't that enough? As a general, it's impossible for him to do everything by himself. So, how can he really choose? I realized that this needs to be done under his nose. Although my military training manual also mentioned this, it's more important to pay attention to one's physical fitness training. Basketball is different. This thing not only requires you to judge the opponent's attacking route, but also to consider your teammates. You have to operate your hands, eyes, and brain at the same time. This is the embodiment of a whole, and whether an individual's physical fitness and the ability to coordinate the battle as a whole. Do you understand now? After Zhongfeng finished speaking, he looked at them. Only then did he realize that these two guys were already stunned. When Zhongfeng saw this, he did not say anything. He just smiled and drank his beer to moisten his throat. The grievances he had suffered during this period of time seemed to have dissipated a lot when he bragged today. Awesome. It was simply too awesome. While drinking, Zhongfeng was also thinking about basketball at this time. In order to win this mid-autumn hunt, basketball was very important. After all, this was the only thing he was familiar with. The Kuju of the Tang dynasty, forget it, how was that Kuju? It was simply a group of people fighting. Often, at least a few people would die if an abnormal Kuju was played. Zhongfeng could not stand this. However, he had to participate in this mid-autumn hunt. Therefore, if Zhongfeng wanted to promote this thing at this time, it would depend on whether his bragging was good or not. But now, it seemed that the effect was surprisingly good. Chapter 874. Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong had never seen such a thing before. They were soldiers, and they were only focused on how to lead the army well and how to reduce the number of deaths of the people under their command. Usually, as long as they heard that there were good things that could be used on soldiers, they would use force to get it. After all, it was not easy to train a soldier. Ever since the new recruit training rules were introduced, although it had only been half a month, the results were obvious. The lazy and sloppy soldiers were gone. Although their appetites had increased greatly, who were they? They were the gods of the army. As long as they heard that there was a lot of food, they would go and visit. They would not lend it to them. Fine, then they would stay here. Although their reputation was bad, at least they could let the people under them fill their stomachs, right? Who would not want to train a seedling successor from their hands? Everyone wanted to, but there were some secret ways in the army. Although they knew, there was nothing they could do. However, if what this kid said was right, then, once this basketball was tested successfully and brought to the military camp, they would be able to find some hidden talents at any time, anywhere. However, this was not a big deal. The key was, could this thing really strengthen the body? Was it really as he said, that it could be played by two people, and that it was as simple as deducing on a sand table? Fengzi, what you said is right, but does this have anything to do with your master? Although you said it was extravagant, can this thing really strengthen the body and prolong life? The two suddenly thought of something important and could not help but realize that they had been led astray by this kid. Zhongfeng looked at Yu Qigong in surprise, but soon, Zhongfeng recovered. He really did not expect that Yu Qigong would react so quickly. But was it useful? Zhongfeng leaned on the door mysteriously and looked left and right. Then, he sneakily closed the door and bolted it. They watched Zhongfeng's series of actions. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yarojin could not help but feel ecstatic. Zhongfeng put his hands behind his back and lit a cigarette. Like a wise old monk, he wandered around the tavern for a long time, brewing his emotions. When Zhongfeng felt that it was about time, he slowly said, "Old you asked about electronics. I did not intend to tell you, but since you asked, and we are brothers, then as brothers, although there is an oath, there are some things that I have to tell you. That will rot your butts, so I can only tell you what I can, but you have to promise me that you will not tell anyone. Otherwise, this oath, you will be in big trouble." The two were shocked when they heard this. There was such a thing. However, the two of them weren't fools. Naturally, they knew the severity of the matter. After the two of them swore, Zhongfeng said, "Actually, this thing is something that my master has been practicing, just like the 5 animal frolics. You should know about this, right?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yarojin nodded their heads like a rattledrum. If they did not know about it, they would have lived in vain. They had to memorize a set of things every day. How could they forget? Could it be? The two looked at each other in horror. Zhongfeng nodded solemnly and said, "I heard from my master that this thing was something that he had researched before. In the end, he passed it on to one of his followers." Fut. F***ck, are you saying that Hua Tuor is your master's? Can you F***king keep your voice down? Do you want to go to Chang'an City now and publicize it? Zhongfeng pretended to be nervous and stared at Cheng Yarojin, pointed at his nose and shouted. In an instant, Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong's hair stood on end. Although they did not believe it, they understood at this time. Was this thing born from the 5 animals frolics? Many people had studied the 5 animals frolics, especially the old faker Yuan Tiangang, who always said that this thing was a work of God. But he never dared to study anything from it. Could it be? Yes. Just as you think, This thing is indeed something that my master has improved. And my master has to train 3 times a day in the morning, noon, and night. No matter whether the weather is good or bad, he will, he said. This can, speaking of this. Zhong Feng didn't dare to say the word longevity out loud. If this was spread out, that would definitely bring about the calamity of death. Throughout history, all the kings and emperors had been going crazy for immortality. In the Tang dynasty, Li Shimin was also obsessed with this thing in the later period. If this was spread to that person's ears, the consequences were unimaginable. At this time, although Zhong Feng did not say that word, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yarojin were not fools. In their minds, the word longevity was already hanging high above their heads. Boy, you win. This information, it was really, involuntarily, the two of them thought about it. Fengzi, if you trust me, old Chen, let us do this thing. Don't worry, what you just said, even if Lao Li asks, we won't say anything. Zhong Feng's eyes lit up, but then he sighed deeply. Alas, it's not that I don't want to do it, it's that this thing is too expensive. I have no money. Chapter 875. After contracting the construction of the basketball court, Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong walked out of the tavern in a daze. With trembling hands, they smoked one cigarette after another and strolled aimlessly on the streets of Chang'an. They walked past Tonghui Lane and disturbed the people there. It was not until the guards at the imperial city gates placed a long halberd on their necks that the cold and familiar feeling woke them up. They glanced at the imperial city gates and the guards who recognized them and were trembling with fear. They turned numbly and squatted in the corner. I say, old He, how much of what Fengzi said is true? Yu Qigong asked in a hoarse voice. Cheng Yarojin did not say anything for a long time. He also wanted to know if what the kid said was true. Some of it was true. But from the locust powder and bone-strengthening powder, Cheng Yarojin really believed that what the kid said was true. After all, he had eaten those 2 things before. Once he ate those things, he felt much stronger, as if he had returned to his youth more than a decade ago. Even the pain all over his body and the pain in his knees rarely acted up. The wrinkles on his face and the white hair on his head seemed to have lessened. He really did look a decade younger. And what was that? That thing was something that could be seen and eaten with flavor. It was something that could be swallowed into the stomach. But now, what was this thing? Was it really that magical? Everyone, from old women to children, could play with it. Moreover, there were so many things inside it. What could it do? Could it be that he could make her younger just by playing with her? Cheng Yarojin could not help but feel conflicted. I don't know. But, this kid is really bad. He didn't even boast about the bone-strengthening powder like that. Yu Qigong sighed helplessly when he heard that. Isn't that so? Do you think we should discuss it with the emperor first? Or, Yu Qigong did not know what to do now. This matter is really tricky. If you want to tell His Majesty about it, what should you say? The emperor's brain would immediately think of that matter. They had sworn an oath not to spread it out, but if they didn't tell the emperor, what would they do if the emperor blamed them? This kid had nothing to do. Why did he make it sound so strange? Yu Qigong could not help but feel conflicted. When the 2 guards at the city gate brought 2 chairs for them, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yarojin gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it, let's do it. At least let's see if this matter is really as strange as Fengzi said, and then report it to the emperor in detail." Just as the 2 made up their minds to build a basketball court, Li Chengqian's face was covered in dirt as he pulled the chariot of black coal out of the Vermilion Bird Gate. As soon as they exited the city gates, Li Chengqian saw the dumbfounded Yu Qigong and his companion. He hurriedly got out of the palanquin and waved at them. When the 2 of them saw that it was the crown prince, they looked at each other and hurried away as if they hadn't seen him. Li Chengqian was dumbfounded. He waved his hand and asked, "Go check where those 2 went just now." "There's no need to check. The 2 dukes just went to the tavern and then squatted here for a long time," the guard leader hurriedly said. Li Chengqian was even more dumbfounded. Why did they turn into idiots after leaving the tavern? And why did Fengzi come to the tavern at this time? Li Chengqian's mind became active. He said to the guard leader, Immediately send these things to the forge. I'll go to the tavern to take a look. Yes. Inside the carriage, Li Chengqian took 2 handfuls of black soot from the soles of his feet and rubbed it on his face. Then, he changed into a new set of clothes. Without anyone noticing, he slipped out of the carriage and swaggered towards Tong Hui Fang. Li Chengqian's mind was filled with Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's abnormal actions. If it was not Zhong Feng who did it, would he believe it? Both of them were extremely simple-minded. How could anyone see them in such a perplexed state? They were famous for being careless. How could they be like this? Obviously, if it was not Zhong Feng who made them confused, then it would be strange. Tong Hui Lane was not far. Moreover, Li Chengqian was familiar with all kinds of small roads. In a short while, Li Chengqian's head appeared at the entrance of the tavern. Looking at Zhong Feng, who was picking his teeth and drinking wine while lying on the recliner, Li Chengqian was furious. Wow, you sent us all away. So you're hiding here to drink alone? Zhong Feng's sudden roar scared the cup of wine to the point that it splashed on Zhong Feng's face, causing him to cough repeatedly. I say, damn you. Can't you say something when you're here? Are you a thief? Zhong Feng was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. However, Li Chengqian did not care. Under Zhong Feng's gaze, he walked into the tavern and sat opposite of Zhong Feng. He picked up Zhong Feng's exquisite iron flask and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. This wine is still the best. Fengzi, give me another jug. This small flask is not enough. Chapter 876. Zhong Feng was very angry. The consequence was naturally, didn't I ask you to get the coal? You got the coal? You still have the nerve to drink here? I only have such a small pot of wine. Can't you leave me alone for a while? Zhong Feng roared with some distress. He pointed at the leftovers on the table after Cheng Yaojin and Qin Haodong had left. Li Chengqian didn't care about that. He drank the wine and ate the leftovers on the table with relish. After coming down from Xiao Mountain today, Li Chengqian rode the white horse all the way to the imperial palace. After reporting to Li Shimin waved his hand and wrote a note directly. Then he asked Li Chengqian to search the imperial palace thoroughly. All the places where coal could be hidden, from the imperial kitchen to the Imperial Institute of Medicine, were searched thoroughly. Even the local treasury of Chang'an City was thoroughly searched by Li Chengqian. But even so, Li Chengqian only got 3 carts of coal. Li Chengqian didn't know why Zhong Feng wanted so much coal, but his reason told him that the steel was ready this time. And the most important thing was that the gun Zhong Feng promised him was ready. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Li Chengqian, Zhong Feng had to say helplessly, eat, 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 sooner or later you will die. By the way, how are you doing with the coal? You still talk about coal? Since I came down from Xiao Mountain today, I haven't touched a single grain of rice. But fortunately, I'm resourceful and really got 3 carts of coal. Now I'm transporting it to the mountain. But let me tell you something. In the whole Chang'an City, except for those officials, there is no coal. If you want it, you have to wait for Uncle Yu to get it for you from Tubo. Or wait for the people of the Wang clan to open a kill. Zhong Feng let out a sigh of relief after learning that he had obtained 3 carriages of coal. So be it. At least his urgent need was solved. As for coal, Zhong Feng had been thinking about how to smelt steel when he was lying on the recliner. Coal was really a necessary material. Otherwise, if the temperature was not high enough, iron would not be able to be smelted into steel. However, if he were to rely on transporting coal from Tubo, it would be impossible to put out a nearby fire. Moreover, if someone were to find out about his secret, then he would be standing on the cusp of the storm. Zhong Feng couldn't help but shrink back into the recliner. Looking at Li Chengqian, who was stuffing himself with food, he couldn't help but ask, "Are there any coal mountains near Chang'an?" "Why are you asking this?" Li Chengqian asked in surprise. He bit his chopsticks and pondered for a long time before saying, "If it's a mountain of coal, there shouldn't be any. Otherwise, we wouldn't have spent such a high price to buy coal from the Wang clan. Moreover, those big clans seem to have a dog's nose. Do you think they would let go of such an opportunity?" That was true. Zhong Feng couldn't help but nod his head. However, Zhong Feng faintly felt that there seemed to be coal mines near Chang'an, which was in Lantian County. Could it be that he remembered wrongly? Or was there really no coal in the world that Laro Tzu had transmigrated to? According to his memory, there was a large amount of coal reserves near Chang'an. Moreover, in Lantian County near Xiao Mountain, there should be a large number of coal mines. Zhong Feng couldn't help but ask curiously, Li Chengqian, do you know about Lantian County? I do. Suddenly, Zhong Feng seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly said, stop eating. Go and find the county magistrate. Li Chengqian was stunned. Li Chengqian. As the crown prince, you want me to go and find the county magistrate? However, seeing Zhong Feng's excited face, he couldn't help but be even more confused. However, Zhong Feng's next sentence made Li Chengqian unable to sit still. If I'm not wrong, that Lantian County has a large number of coal mines. Hearing this, Li Chengqian completely exploded. The most troublesome thing for the palace now was that all kinds of resources were basically monopolized by the big clans. If Lantian County had it, then, however, this wasn't certain. After all, Zhong Feng had never been to that place. It was only a guess. In an instant, Li Chengqian's enthusiasm was mostly extinguished. Li Chengqian walked lazily to the door and coughed. The guard commander who was standing at the door appeared beside him like a ghost. Li Chengqian instructed and once again sat in front of Zhong Feng with a heavy heart. Fengzi, are you sure that Lantian County really has it? How could Zhong Feng be sure? I don't know yet. However, I'm guessing that place should have it. There's a lot of hope. If that place has coal, then we'll be rich. Just as the two of them were fantasizing about a beautiful tomorrow, Niu Weili was sweating profusely as he plunged into the small tavern. He seemed to be afraid as he looked behind him. After confirming that there was no one behind him, he let out a sigh of relief. Zhong Feng also noticed Niu Weili's strange behavior. Without waiting for Zhong Feng to ask, Niu Weili immediately put on a smiling face and said, Brother Zhong, we meet again. Young master, may I ask? Li Chengqian said indifferently, just call me Li Chengqian. Niu Weili's eyebrows twitched. As if remembering something, he circled around Li Chengqian and said, Brother Zhong, why did you look for me in such a hurry? Chapter 877. Calling him Brother Zhong. Li Chengqian was so embarrassed that his cancer was acting up. But in order to find out if there was a coal mine in Lantian County, Li Chengqian endured it. Zhong Feng and Niu Weili chatted for a bit, and even drank 3 bowls of wine. They still had their arms around each other's necks, and kept calling each other old brothers. Brother, I heard that your hometown is in Lantian. Niu Weili was already dizzy after drinking 3 bowls of white wine. He had never drunk such wine before, and it was 3 big bowls in a row. No one could take it. Yes, brother, how did you know? Hey. Who in Chang'an City doesn't know Master Niu's name? Who doesn't know him? I've been sitting on the mountain and I've been hearing people talking about Master Niu. Niu Weili patted Zhong Feng's shoulder with a red face and said, Don't talk about it, brother has a hard time. Li Chengqian rolled his eyes and continued to drink his wine. Zhong Feng continued to ask, Then, brother, can you tell me about Lantian? Brother, my Xiao Mountain is not far from Lantian. I plan to buy some property in Lantian. Can you tell me about it? Hearing that, Niu Weili patted his chest and said, Then, brother, you've found the right person. I've been a county magistrate in Lantian for so many years, and I grew up drinking Lantian water. I remember every blade of grass and every tree in Lantian. When the time comes, just tell me, what are you going to do? Zhong Feng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Then, brother, can you tell me about Lantian? After all, I haven't been to Lantian. Hey, what's the big deal? Lantian. Niu Weili took advantage of the wine and said a lot of things while he was dizzy and spitting saliva. Finally, after he finished, Zhong Feng poured him another bowl of wine and asked, Then, brother, do you have coal in Lantian? Coal? In an instant. Niu Weili woke up. I know about this thing, but I've only heard of it. The place in Lantian's Erpi Gully is also called Erpi Ridge. There are people there who saw a black stone when they were herding cattle and sheep. They said that it was burning and smoking. I don't know if it's true or not. But other than that, Lan Tian has never heard of this thing. After saying that, Niu Weili was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Don't tell me you want to." Zhongfeng nodded. Meanwhile, Li Chengqian could no longer sit still as he looked at Niu Weili in shock. Seeing Zhongfeng nod, Niu Weili was silent for a while before he said, "If it was someone else, I wouldn't have said this. But since you asked, I'll give you a piece of advice. Do you know the people of Taiyuan Wang clan?" When Zhongfeng heard about the Wang clan again, and it was about a county magistrate, his face couldn't help but turn solemn. "I know, but what does this have to do with the Wang clan?" Niu Weili poured himself a bowl of wine and said, "Brother, you don't know. A few years ago, when I was working in Lantian, the people of the Wang clan would come here every few days. Although I didn't know what they were doing, I learned from a drunkard of the Wang clan later that the people of the Wang clan were looking for underground things. But in the past 2 years, they didn't go there often. If you want to do this, you have to weigh the power of the Wang clan first, otherwise." Hearing Niu Weili's words, Li Chengqian's face suddenly changed. The people of the Wang clan actually extended their claws to Lantian. However, Zhongfeng wasn't interested in these things. As long as this place wasn't sold, the Laotsu wouldn't be afraid of you. When the Laotsu got the firearms, "I don't care what your family name is. If you provoke the Laotsu will wipe you out in minute." "Brother, did the people of the Wang clan buy land in Lantian?" With this question, Niu Weili instantly fell silent. After drinking a full bowl of wine, Niu Weili said, "No, but they have seen the place in Erpi Ridge a few times. Otherwise, how could I remember living in this place?" Zhongfeng instantly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't sold. Once the important matters were dealt with. Zhongfeng and Niu Weili chatted about this and that until Niu Weili was drunk. Zhongfeng said to Li Chengqian, "Now you should know what to do, right?" "How would I know what you want to do? Are you going to kill him to silence him?" Zhongfeng looked at Li Chengqian as if looking at an idiot. "Why don't you kill him for me to see? Lao Tzu wants you to buy land. Buy the entire Erpi Ridge for me, as well as the area around it. Buy as much as you can. Buy land." Although the price of land other than arable land was very low, it still cost 10 copper coins per mu. Zhongfeng just had to say that he was going to buy the land. Where was the money? While talking, Li Chengqian stretched out his hand. "Give me the money, I'll buy it now." Zhongfeng was a little confused. "Look at how much my meat is worth. Take it and sell it." Li Chengqian also cried when he heard that. He looked at Zhongfeng and said, "Brother, my good brother, look at how much my meat is worth. I really don't have any money. Give me some money to build the school. If it weren't for those industries in Chang'an, I would have sold clothes in pawnshop." Chapter 878. The land in the Tang dynasty was extremely cheap. As long as you had money. With legal procedures, you could buy and sell as much as you wanted. No one would care, and they would be too lazy to leave. People would even want you to buy the entire piece of land. That would be great. This was the Tang dynasty. If this was the suburbs of Xi'an in the future, where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, hey. Zhongfeng drove Li Chengqian away. As long as he got the coal mine, he would also be a person with a mine. After Zhongfeng casually cleaned up the dishes, he wanted to sleep, but he couldn't fall asleep after tossing and turning. He couldn't help but take out the dirt that Niu Weili had sent. These things, although they didn't look like much, only Zhongfeng knew that they were good things. Potatoes. The potato in Zhongfeng's hand was not big, only the size of an egg. And its color was brown. This was the earliest type of potato. Zhongfeng didn't know if this potato had really been soaked in water. Logically speaking, he really didn't believe that a broken ship could survive such a long journey. Even if this potato was lucky enough to survive such a long journey, it was still unknown if it could be grown. Zhongfeng couldn't help but secretly pray in his heart. Since he couldn't sleep, Zhongfeng couldn't help but think about the potatoes. The brewery was next door. Holding the 7 potatoes, Zhongfeng went out with his hands behind his back. He hadn't been to the brewery for a long time. At this time, because of the wheat, few people came in and out of the brewery. But once the wheat was harvested, it would definitely be very lively. But at this time, except for the malt smell of distillers' grains, it seemed abandoned. The Chang'an Brewery sign hung at the entrance. At this time, there was no one guarding. As soon as he entered the brewery, he saw 3 old men using brooms to clean up the distillers' grains piled up everywhere in the big yard. When he saw someone come in, Old Man Chu lazily shouted without raising his head, "There's no more wine. You have to wait 2 days for more wine. You are Feng. Prince Zhong." One of the old men seemed to recognize Zhong Feng and exclaimed before the other man finished speaking. Hearing this, the remaining 2 old men hurriedly turned around. Seeing that it was indeed Zhong Feng, the 3 old men happily welcomed him. "He, are you busy?" Zhong Feng greeted the 3 old men with a smile. No. It's so idle that it's going to get moldy. It's because the weather is good, so I'm thinking of drying these wine grains. When spring comes, I'll send them to the fields in Xiao Mountain to plant crops there." Obviously, they didn't know that Zhong Feng didn't plant any crops on the deserted mountain. In their minds, if they could buy a mountain, wouldn't that mean it was an important place? However, the unintentional actions of these 3 old men still made Zai Zhongfeng somewhat moved. If this potato could be successfully cultivated and tested within this year, then Ma Ju might be busy next year. Zhongfeng smiled as he looked at the 3 old men and taught them how to let the distillers' grains ferment naturally. After teaching them, Zhongfeng and the 3 old men sat on the firewood in front of the stove and asked, "How's the brewery's sales now?" Sigh. Hearing this, the 3 old men instantly sighed. If it was a month ago, the threshold here would have been broken. However, ever since the famine, some people who were so hungry that they didn't even let go of the distillers' grains. It's great now. Although the famine has basically stabilized, the beer is considered a waste. Without food, what can we do? So now, in order to make a living, basically everyone has gone to Xiao Mountain. Only the 3 of us are here to guard the door. If your friends send food over, the 3 of us can basically take care of it. It's also considered as guarding the door. Zhongfeng heard this and felt helpless. Without food, how could they brew the beer? However, now that Lao Li had the recipe for the white wine, this old man must have put his focus on the white wine. How could he think of this? The 3 old men were probably going to be idle for a long time. However, looking at the potatoes in his hand, Zhongfeng couldn't help but be interested. 3 old men, I plan to close the brewery by the end of the year. Hearing this, a trace of loneliness flashed across the 3 old men's faces. Although there was only a daily income of 5 copper coins, what was that for? They were guarding the door. They were already in their 60s. The old village chief pitied them for being able to find a job here. They didn't starve to death during the famine. Now, if the owner wanted to close the brewery, what could they say? However, Zhongfeng's next sentence made the 3 old men very excited. However, although the brewery is closed, this place will still be guarded by the 3 of you. I have a secret mission here. This mission is very difficult. I don't usually tell people. However, seeing that the 3 of you are respected elders in Tonghui Fang, I want to ask for your help. How could the 3 old men withstand Zhongfeng's words? They were so agitated that their toothless lips trembled. Prince Zhong, what are you talking about? The 3 of us have been servants for our whole lives. We originally wanted to starve to death. Fortunately, Tonghui Fang has a deity like you. The entire Tonghui Fang has received good news. Zhongfeng's face turned stiff. If the 3 of you continue to be like this, that kid will find someone else. Hearing this, the 3 old men immediately stopped crying. Zhongfeng opened a paper bag in his hand and revealed 7 potatoes inside. I'll teach you a way later. You must remember that this thing is very precious. At least we don't have it in the Tang dynasty. This is from here. Zhongfeng pointed to the sky as he spoke. The 3 old men were so frightened that they trembled and almost knelt down again. Zhongfeng hurriedly threatened them again. Only then did the 3 old men stand up in shock. This is good stuff. Once it's planted, there will be no famine. Hearing this, the old men who had been farming for their whole lives couldn't sit still. They all gathered around and looked at the potatoes. Some even rubbed their wrinkled faces against the potatoes. It didn't matter if they saw it. Some of them even wanted to take a bite. Zhong Feng quickly stopped them. How is it? This is something from the heavens. Do you dare to get it out with the kid? However, without my permission, even your closest family members are not allowed to know about this. Do you understand? This is a secret of the heavens. If the secret of the heavens is revealed, you will die without descendant. Chapter 879. The three honest old men were stunned by Zhong Feng's words. It seemed that they were finally afraid after hearing Zhong Feng's words about not having any descendants. They swore that as long as Zhong Feng didn't say anything, even if Heavenly King Lao Tzu came, he wouldn't let them see a single strand of hair. Then, Zhong Feng grabbed a handful of broken copper coins and stuffed them into the arms of the three old men. For this, you should separate a place near the brewery. The temperature of this place should be at least the same as the temperature of the stove. Then, Zhong Feng looked for a long time, but still couldn't find a suitable place. He looked at a few long wooden troughs on the side of the stove that seemed to be used to filter distiller's grains. Zhong Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. Old sir, this thing is useless now, right? The distiller's grains seemed to be similar to the troughs used to feed horses in stables, but they were more compact and about 2 zhong long. The three old men didn't know what Zhong Feng wanted to do. They nodded and said, now that there's no wine to brew, we're still wondering if we should chop it up. If young master has a use for it, then take it. Okay, since it's useless, I'll use it now. While speaking, Zhong Feng walked around the courtyard. The courtyard was made of soil that Zhong Feng ordered to tear down the extra houses. It was very fertile. In addition, the courtyard itself was very large. It was originally a rich family's residence, but after it belonged to Zhong Feng, it suffered great misfortune. The originally gorgeous houses were all turned into soil, leaving behind 3 rather gorgeous houses that were used as storage rooms, brewing rooms, and resting rooms. After Zhong Feng looked around, he pointed at a piece of land and had the 3 old men transport some of the yellow soil here with a wheelbarrow. They put it into the wooden trough, then poured water and scattered ashes from the bottom of the pot. After that, Zhong Feng carefully cut the potatoes in his hand into many small pieces according to the distribution of the sprouts on the potatoes. At this moment, the 3 old men were stunned. The dirt that was originally in Zhong Feng's hands could actually become alive in his hands. They couldn't help but look forward to this divine gift from the heavens even more. After wrapping the potato with a layer of ash, Zhong Feng carefully placed it into the wooden trough. The weather wasn't too cold, so there was no need for a heater. Zhong Feng instructed the 3 of them, when it's sunny, carry him out to bask in the sun. Spray a little bit of water with your mouth every day, especially at night. You must be careful of rats. Prince Zhong, don't worry. Even if the 3 of us die, we won't dare to put such a precious thing into the rat hole. The 3 of us will make an agreement with you. Okay. You don't need to be like this. You're old enough to be this kid's grandfather. Let's not be like this. While speaking, Zhong Feng searched his body. He didn't bring anything, so he simply picked up the paper bag that contained the potatoes and wrote a large sentence on it with charcoal. Then, he handed the paper to one of the 3 old men and said, from now on, the 3 of you are directly under my control. Except for my orders, no one is allowed to enter. When you go back, take this to Chang'an University and find the old Shotsai. Someone will naturally send your 3 meals a day. If there's anything, ask the old Shotsai to find me. But you must remember that this thing is really important. Once it germinates, you must inform me immediately. The 3 old men looked at each other. Finally, the 3 of them knelt down with a plop. Zhong Feng was a little at a loss. Prince Zhong, the 3 of us have worked for others for a lifetime. How can we accept this? If you want us to do something, just say it. Why do you need to do this? Yes. If you do this, we won't be able to sleep well. It was not an exaggeration to say that these people were lowly bones. A lifetime of slavery made them accustomed to being ordered around. Although they also knew Zhong Feng's name, they were still a little surprised when they were alone with him. Out of the winery gate. Zhong Feng could not help but sigh. Slavery society was like this. Servility. If you want to be good to a person and want to treat him as a person, it was simply harming him. But for the three old men, Zhongfeng did not care. After all, they did not have much time left. Besides, as long as they could cultivate these potatoes, even if they were given good clothes and jade food, it was not a big deal. Compared to these potatoes, what does that count for? Today, Zhongfeng, Yu Qigong, and the others bragged. Although a lot of it was false, they just wanted to let them understand and know the role of basketball. However, for Zhongfeng, there was only one sentence in what he said today, which was for himself. That was to go to the other side of the ocean. If he wanted to travel the world, he had to build a boat first. The premise of building a boat was that the science and technology department could build a steam engine. All of these were like huge mountains. They were rotten and pressed on Zhongfeng's body. Although Zhongfeng liked this way of life in the Tang dynasty, he also wanted to urgently change this era. After all, he was used to the modern way of life. Let him come to this era where there was not even paper to wipe his ass. Could he stand it? Only change. Only then could they know how big this world was. And they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Chapter 880. The Sky in Chang'an. She was just like a shy girl. Yesterday, it was still sunny and windy. But the next morning, it was already dark. The people looked up at the sky, and they were so excited that they couldn't contain it. This was the first rain of autumn, and it was also the signal for autumn planting. At this moment, there was finally a rare smile in Chang'an City. As long as there was rain, it meant that autumn planting could begin. And this rain was the first rain after 3 months. It was very precious to the hungry land. As long as food was planted, it meant that the famine was about to end. As long as they could endure until spring, the wild vegetables on the ridge would recover. At this moment, in the depths of Tonghui Lane, the chimney on a house with a mixture of thatch and tiles had not stopped smoking since yesterday. Niu Pai Huang. It was a nickname given to him by people in Tonghui Lane and who knew of his reputation. His real name was Huang Qiao. 4 generations, he was an expert in making cattle, sheep, horse skin, and pig skin. But last night, he received a strange task. It was a pot of pitch-black stuff. He was asked to make it into rubber skin. But what was rubber? Spherical? What the hell is this? He really didn't understand. After working for half the night, he still couldn't make it. At this moment, he dismissed a few of his disciples who had stayed up with him for the night. Niu Pai Huang squatted in front of the stove and looked at the pitch-black stuff boiling over the fire. He felt a headache coming on. It was mainly disgusting. He wanted to look for Zhongfeng, but he heard that shopkeeper Zhong liked to wake up in the afternoon. Moreover, he was now the high and mighty Lord Zhu and the dean of White Deer College. He didn't dare to disturb him. He could only send someone to squat at the entrance of Chang'an City in the middle of the night to wait for Old He. At this moment, only Old He and a few others could contact Zhongfeng and disturb Zhongfeng. This wait lasted for another 2 hours. Niu Pai Huang finally couldn't wait any longer. He personally went to the entrance of Chang'an City to wait for Old He. Just as he stepped out of the door, he heard his little disciple arguing with someone as they walked over. Niu Pai Huang took a look and saw that old village chief was here instead of Old He. His eyes lit up with joy. Niu Pai Huang hurriedly went forward and said, "Old village chief, you finally came. What's wrong? How long has it been since this old man returned to Tonghui Square? What happened? Please come in first. Let's talk inside." Niu Pai Huang invited the old village chief into the house. Once they entered the house, the old village chief couldn't take it anymore and rushed out of the house. He stared at Niu Pai Huang in horror and said, "What are you doing?" Hearing this, Oxide Huang's face turned bitter. He pointed at his eyes and said, "Look at my eyes, they're from staying up all night." Hearing this, the old village head looked carefully and couldn't help but ask, "Tell me, what's going on?" "It's like this. Yesterday, young Master Zhong sent me the strange thing in the pot. He wanted me to turn it into a ball, but after pondering for a long time, I couldn't figure out anything. How can this thing be turned into a ball?" "Master, wait, are you talking about that basketball?" Hearing this, not only was Niu Pai Huang stunned, even the old village chief was stunned. This term, he hadn't heard of it on the mountain. What was this Feng Zi up to now? The old village chief couldn't help but sit on the doorstep and stomp his walking stick on the ground. He said, "Tell me in detail, what is this basketball?" Niu Pai Huang's apprentice said, "This morning, when I was waiting at the city gate, I heard someone say that there was something that everyone, from old women to children, can play with. It's called basketball. They also said that this thing can not only strengthen one's body, but also prolong one's life, relax one's muscles, and promote blood circulation." Then, he figured out the whole thing. The old village chief and the others were also stunned. What was this? Could it be? In the end, the gazes of the three converged on the pungent paste in the pot. This could prolong one's life. It could strengthen one's body. I'll be damned if I believe you. Hey, this prodigal. The matter of this paper hasn't been clarified yet, and is starting to stir up trouble again. Niu Pai Huang, wait for me first. This matter isn't urgent. I'll go look for Feng Zi now. No matter whether this matter was caused by him or not, we can't let him harm others. This thing, what is it that can strengthen one's body and prolong one's life? I almost died just by inhaling it. Don't do it first, wait for me to come back. As he spoke, the old village chief left angrily. Although he didn't know what this thing was, he had lived for more than half of his life and had never seen such a smelly thing before. If this thing could prolong one's life, then it was simply, there was nothing that could prolong one's life. No. He couldn't let Feng Zi be led into a ditch by those guys. They were a bunch of stubborn people to begin with. Even with their father, what could they do? Wasn't this considered stubborn? A bunch of stubborn people, what good things could they come up with? This was simply a thing that could harm people, wasn't it? If this was created, wouldn't it be terrible? This Feng Zi's head, when he thought of this, the old village chief's expression changed drastically. He leaned on his walking stick, bent his back, and ignored everyone along the way. He lowered his head and hurriedly ran towards Zhong Feng's pub. Chapter 881. Feng Zi. Feng Zi, hello? Are you awake? Zhong Feng, give the old man, outside Yu Lai restaurant. The old village chief shouted at the top of his lungs. Although there weren't many people in Tonghui Square in the morning, there were still many night watchmen or people who went to work for the rich. At this moment, they couldn't help but stop and watch. Old village chief, what's wrong with you? Why are you acting crazy so early in the morning? When the old village chief heard this, he raised his crutch and was about to beat someone up. Who's the shameless one who said that I'm acting crazy? When that person heard this, he lifted the night fragrance bucket on his shoulder and walked away with a mischievous smile. An old man who was familiar with the old village chief hurriedly pulled him back and said, "Old village, are you tired of living? Feng Zi is now a lord and the chancellor of White Deer College. He's someone who has received an imperial order. Hurry up and stop messing around. When the county magistrate comes, you'll have to bear the consequences. Be careful not to go to jail." That's right, old village chief. Yesterday, I saw Lord Niu personally visit Feng Zi. Yes. We all saw it. Old man, calm down, creak. Amidst the hubbub, Zhong Feng finally couldn't sleep anymore. When he opened the door, he couldn't help but get a fright. Looking at the dumbfounded faces of the crowd, he asked, "Good morning everyone. What are you all doing here so early in the morning?" When the old village chief heard this, he waved his crutch and chased everyone away. Then, he pulled Zhong Feng into the small restaurant and locked the door. "Feng Zi, I want to ask you something. Tell me honestly." Zhong Feng thought that something had happened on the mountain. He hurriedly invited the old village chief to sit down and said, "Go ahead. I'm listening. Let me ask you. That basketball, did you ask Niu Pai Huang to play with it?" "Yes." "What's wrong?" Zhong Feng scratched his head. It seemed that this matter didn't happen on the mountain. As long as it didn't happen on the mountain, then it was fine. But when the old village head learned that Zhong Feng really let Niu Pai Huang do that thing, he was so angry that he stamped his walking stick several times and said, "Ridiculous, this is ridiculous. Look at you. I told you not to fool around with those little bastards on the street, but you didn't listen to me. Look at you now. Didn't you hear the rumors in Chang'an City? What are you talking about?" Zhong Feng yawned and asked as he sat across from the village chief. What can I say? You said that basketball can prolong one's life, strengthen the body, relax the muscles, and activate the meridians. Yeah. That's how it is. This was indeed what Zhong Feng had asked old Yu and the others to do yesterday. He didn't make a mistake. How could this be, old village chief? What happened? When the old village chief heard that, he instantly collapsed onto the bench and sighed. Sigh. It's all my fault for not stopping those street thieves earlier. It's also your fault. Your parents left early. This old man was also blinded by the benefits of the paper mill. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed you to know each other. Zhong Feng was like a monk. He was completely dumbfounded by what the village chief said. He hurriedly asked, what exactly happened? Please tell me, what happened? I just entered the city this morning. Fortunately, Niu Pai Huang's disciple waited for me. He said that you asked Niu Pai Huang to make something. Niu Pai Huang couldn't make it after an entire night. He wanted to look for you, but he didn't dare to. So he blocked old He at the city gate. He didn't expect me to be blocked. This is a good blockage. Otherwise, I really don't know what kind of heartless thing you are doing. I also don't know where you got a pot of black stuff for Niu Pai Huang. That smell almost made me go see my wife immediately. You said that it can strengthen the body with just this. You said that it can prolong one's life with just this. Be a human. Aren't we losing our conscience? You. Zhong Feng was speechless. This was simply, what a joke. The old village chief was just concerned about him. Maybe, you don't have to say it. Damn it, this. Zhong Feng could only be patient and wait for the old village chief to vent his anger. Then he said, old man, there's something you don't know. This thing, I spent a lot of effort to get someone to get it from an overseas immortal mountain. Didn't you always want to ask why Dr. Sun is always on the mountain? When the old village chief heard that this thing was actually brought back from overseas, his eyes almost popped out. At this time, he heard that even Dr. Sun knew about this matter. He couldn't help but be curious. Then, Dr. Sun knows about this. Of course he knows. During this period of time, Dr. Sun was on the mountain looking for the medicinal materials for this thing. All the medicinal materials are mixed together, which is why there is such a smell. Think about it, even Chinese medicine is so bitter, let alone this. This is a real treasure. I spent tens of thousands of gold leaves to exchange for it. The old village chief couldn't help but be fooled by Zhong Feng. He was so distressed that he almost cried. You prodigal, such an expensive thing. You, how can you bear to make it? Tell me first, how much can you make from this thing? Can you break even? Zhong Feng was dumbfounded. Chapter 882. What kind of logic was this? What else could he say? However, he knew that the old village chief was doing this for his own good and was afraid that he would be led astray. Although he felt warm in his heart, Zhong Feng still couldn't stand it. He quickly pressed the old village chief onto the stool and said, Old village chief, I know your good intentions. Look at the paper mill. Under your leadership, it has become the only source of income for our academy. However, basketball is different. Do you know about the Mid-Autumn Hunt? Mid-Autumn Hunt? The old village chief narrowed his eyes. I do know a little about this old man. But now that I think about it, it seems that the Mid-Autumn Hunt has already started. That guy, that scene is simply, Zhong Feng's face stiffened. He hurriedly interrupted the old village chief's recollection and said, Didn't the higher-ups order us to participate in the Mid-Autumn Hunt? What? The emperor ordered you to participate in the Mid-Autumn Hunt? The old village chief exploded. He stood up from the stool with a loud thud. The Mid-Autumn Hunt. It wasn't something that ordinary people could participate in. Usually, only the nobles, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Appointments, and even the emperor would participate in this grand event. Those who were qualified to participate in the Mid-Autumn Hunt were usually from the Imperial College. Now that the old village chief thought about it carefully, he suddenly thought of something and asked, Could it be that our White Deer College is also qualified? Seeing Zhong Feng nod, the old village chief immediately became excited. In an instant, The old village chief excitedly walked around the tavern with his walking stick. A moment later, the old village chief was about to run out. Zhong Feng was so scared that he hurriedly stopped him and asked, "Where are you going now?" "What can I do? It's such a big event. We have to go back to Xiao Mountain and tell the people in the streets so that we can buy some firecrackers to set off." Zhong Feng was speechless. All right. Just calm down a little. I'm worried about this matter. You said that people usually prepare for the mid-autumn hunt, but you also know that White Deer College was only established this year. Who would have thought that we would participate? Moreover, the preparation time is 10 days from now. No, not counting today, there are still 9 days left. The old village chief cracked his fingers and couldn't help but feel anxious. 9 more days. This, Zhong Feng said, not being prepared is secondary. The main problem is that we can't find a Kuju team or anything else. However, if we don't participate in this mid-autumn hunt and offend the emperor, the entire academy will lose the qualification to participate in the imperial examinations 3 years later. So, do you think I'm anxious? Then, you made this basketball for this? Yeah. Otherwise, why would I come down here when I was perfectly fine on the mountain? When the old village chief heard that, he became anxious. Wasn't the purpose of establishing an academy for the imperial examinations? Putting aside whether he could participate in the imperial examinations, if he offended those high-ranking officials, who knew what kind of high hat Fengzi would put on him. The old village chief couldn't help but be so anxious that his voice changed. Then, Fengzi, what are your plans? It wasn't easy for a golden phoenix like you to appear in Tonghui Lane. Don't be anxious. Aren't we letting Niu Pai Huang make that thing? As long as he makes it, I'm confident that I'll win the mid-autumn hunt in 9 days. Really? The old village chief was overjoyed. Seeing Zhong Feng nod his head. The old village chief couldn't help but ask worriedly, then the rumors in Chang'an, saying that this ball, it was made by this boy. Only this way can we attract the attention of those high-ranking officials. Otherwise, with only 9 days' time, what do you think we can use to fight with them? You know about the Imperial College, right? Zhong Feng directly made the old village chief confused. At this moment, he couldn't help but be startled. He knew that civilians didn't fight with officials. Most importantly, if they didn't do well during the mid-autumn hunt, they would lose their heads. After thinking about it, the old village chief hurriedly pulled Zhong Feng and ran out. Let's go, this is such an important matter. You don't have to worry about leaving it to that B****. Even if you give him a year or 10 years, that idiot can't make it. Let's go and take a look. If it doesn't work, let's go find someone for you. If it doesn't work, I'll throw away my old face and go beg Mr. Bosha. Zhong Feng asked in surprise, why? You can't make Niu Pai Huang? This was really beyond his expectations. The old village chief sighed and said, what kind of brain does he have? How can a pig brain compare to you? This is such an important matter. Aren't you afraid that he will mess it up? When Zhong Feng heard this, he couldn't help but nod his head. However, Zhong Feng hurriedly stopped the old village chief. Old village chief, I have a very important matter for you now. You must prepare it now. Otherwise, we will all be beheaded when the time comes. When the old village chief heard this, his hand trembled and the walking stick that was poking the door fell to the ground. What is it? Go back now and tell your son to find a few honest men to squat at the brewery for me. Other than the 3 elders, no one else is allowed to enter. Also, I, Fengzi, will pay for their food and wages. Don't ask me why. Anyway, there are things that are more important to me than my life. Also, I plan to let the mid-autumn hunt people come to our school for a meal during the mid-autumn hunt. So, I'll have to trouble you to help me arrange it. When the old village chief heard this, he raised his hand and was about to hit him. However, in the end, his hand turned into a finger and pointed at Zhong Feng's forehead. He lamented, "Hey, prodigal. How much money will it cost?" Chapter 883. Although the old village chief said so. But he still listened to the old village chief's words. After stomping his feet sorrowfully, the old village chief hurriedly ran away. He ran even faster than the young people. But on the way, Zhong Feng could faintly hear the old village chief bragging to the passers-by. My Fengzi is going to invite the official of the Mid-Autumn Hunt to the academy. The official of the Mid-Autumn Hunt is going to the academy. In response, Zhong Feng just smiled. Having an elder in the family was like having a treasure. This saying was indeed true. Although the old village chief and Zhong Feng were not blood-related at all, Zhong Feng was too lazy to investigate what happened 8 lifetimes ago. But now, the entire Tonghui Lane people treated Zhong Feng as someone closer to them than their own family. This seemed to be a characteristic of this era. One's glory was shared. Perhaps it was also called when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. When a person becomes famous, the people on the street will also benefit from it. And Zhong Feng did not forget this group of honest and straightforward old neighbors. Sure enough, this group of people did not waste his efforts. Each of them treated Zhong Feng as their ancestor. On the mountain, everyone in Tonghui Lane, as long as they saw anyone who dared to do anything to harm the academy or themselves, they would immediately go and find that person to settle the score. As for the salary mentioned earlier, previously, Du Go was almost beaten down by the old village chief with a stick because of this matter. As a family, you want to give Lao Tzu money? Who do you think you are? In the end, Du Dabbing could only give a thumbs up and put the extra money into his pocket. He turned around and threw the matter of giving out money and food to the people in Tonghui Lane. He was too lazy to care about it. There was no way to care. The people in Tonghui Lane all had sharp eyes. If you were not careful and gave out the wrong money and food, you would be scolded. Would Du Dabbing dare to do such a thing? He couldn't wait to spend more time reading books. Zhong Feng put his hands behind his back and tidied up his appearance. Then, he slowly came to the front of Niu Pai Huang's workshop. Apparently, Bull Skin Yellow had been scolded. At this moment, it was squatting at the door dejectedly, pulling at its hair. Once it saw that its savior, Zhong Feng, had arrived, it almost wanted to cry. Ji Dong entered the room and placed the pot of rubber outside the door. Prince Zhong, Lord Zhong, I am slow-witted and do not dare to delay your important matters. Please find someone else. What are you talking about? Don't say that. Let's talk nicely. Zhong Feng couldn't help but secretly scold the old village chief. Why is an old man like you doing things exactly the same as Old Ox and the others, so impetuous and impatient? Pulling the cowhide up, Zhong Feng looked at the cowhide and the boiling sheepskin in the pot and said, "It's my fault. I was busy yesterday and forgot to tell you. Come, let's go in now. I'll teach you how to cook it. As long as you do it well, I promise you'll live a good life in the future. You'll live a better life than old he." Really? Bull Skin Yellow scratched his shiny bald head and asked. Zhong Feng spread his hands. Do you think I will lie to you? As soon as they entered the door, Zhong Feng hurriedly asked, Do you have pig urine here? What do you want that unlucky thing for? Don't worry about it. I'm just asking you if you have it or not. Bull Skin Yellow thought for a while and didn't say anything. From the pile of dirty horse things that had just been peeled off, he took out a white bloody thing and said, I don't have pig urine. Will this sheep urine do? Yes. Zhong Feng nodded. Blow it full of air and tie it up. Bull Skin Yellow's face was full of suspicion. But after seeing that Zhong Feng was not joking, he called his most obedient disciple and let him blow the sheep urine full of air. The urine was very strong and tough. Zhong Feng planned to use this thing as the inner pulp of a basketball. Otherwise, this rubber wouldn't have been able to determine his nature. After a while, the little disciple handed a transparent sheep urine that was one size bigger than his head to Zhong Feng with a flushed face. Zhong Feng took it in his hand and looked at it for a while before asking, Bull Skin Yellow, let me ask you. This thing, is there any way to deal with it? It is very capricious and can guarantee that it won't leak. Bull Skin Yellow stared at the sheep urine in a daze. This thing, apart from being edible, could also be made into other leather bags. He really didn't know if it could work. I have only made cow urine leather bags, money bags, and water bags a few times. As for this thing, I'll give it a try. Zhong Feng was overjoyed when he heard that. Okay, You just do it according to the method of making water bags. And heat this thing up for him. It will be useful later. Under the command of Zhong Feng, the whole workshop took action. Bullskin Yellow also wanted to know what Zhong Feng wanted to do. He reluctantly removed a cow urine water bag hanging on the wall and handed it to Zhong Feng. Then, Zhong Feng signaled him to sew layers of cowhide on the outside of the water bag and let the cowhide completely cover the cow urine. This was a tedious thing. Under Zhong Feng's personal demonstration, Bullskin Yellow cut a good cowhide into the size required by Zhong Feng under his wife's murderous gaze. Together with his disciple, he used the sheep tendon thread to sew all the cowhide pieces on the cow urine. When the sun was about to set, a simple basketball was finished. At this time, Bullskin Yellow and the people who came to watch the fun all stared at the ball in Zhong Feng's hand. Zhong Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He took the wooden spoon from Bullskin Yellow's hand and said, "Look carefully, this is the most important point. The cowhide is cut along one side, and this thing is called rubber. If you pour it now, you have to pour it horizontally, ladle by ladle. There can't be any gaps." While speaking, Zhong Feng held up the basketball wrapped in cowhide with a triangular claw. Then, he put the basketball on the rubber pot and stirred the rubber ladle by ladle. At this time, everyone's eyes were wide open. They wanted to see what this Lord Zhong, President Zhong, was going to do. After pouring it 6 times, Zhong Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the crowd and said, "Okay, it's done." Chapter 884. Waiting was the most torturous time. It was the most appropriate time for Niu Pai Huang at this moment. The words of his little disciple and the old village chief in the morning kept buzzing in his head. Blowing the horn. At this moment, as he looked at the pitch-black object that Zhong Feng had just finished pouring, he could not associate it with the object that could strengthen one's body and prolong one's life. But Zhong Feng had said it was done. So the crowd could only wait. As the crowd waited, Zhong Feng finally squeezed out of the crowd and came to the outside of the workshop. He was gasping for air. He did not know how much of the poisonous gas of rubber he had inhaled. At this moment, he did not know whether it was because he had not exercised for a long time or something else, but he actually felt a little dizzy. It was not easy to smoke a cigarette, so the situation was a little better. Zhong Feng was too lazy to go in. He shouted inside the door, "Niu Pai Huang, touch it and see if the surface is dry. If it is, throw it into the bucket and let it soak for 10 minutes. Then take it out." At this moment, the people at the door of the left room were looking at the ball eagerly and talking about it. Seeing Zhong Feng talking, a bold person could not help but squat beside Zhong Feng and asked, "Prince Zhong, what is this thing you are making now? Is it the basketball that was talked about in Chang'an today?" Seeing that someone had asked the key point, Zhong Feng was also happy. He gave a cigarette to that person and lit it for him personally. The happy person almost fainted. He was dizzy and puffing on the cigarette. The people at the door were no longer in the mood to admire the black ball. Instead, they looked at the cigarette in Zhong Feng's hand and the guy's smoke with envy. Zhong Feng was not maroon. At this time, he had to be generous. He generously took out a red sandalwood box carved with patterns and handed out cigarettes one by one. And the crowd was even more excited. What was this? It was a blank piece of paper. It was a cigarette rolled out from a piece of white paper that was rumored to be magical in Chang'an City. Other than the prodigal Zhong Feng, who would dare to use such a good thing to spoil others? However, it was said that this cigarette was also a good thing. Although there were people who smoked in Chang'an City, there were very few people who could smoke like Zhong Feng. Even for many people, it was their first time seeing this thing. At this time, many people put the cigarette under their nose and sniffed it. He just couldn't bear to smoke it. At this time, Zhong Feng said, "This thing is a basketball. It's something I thought of a few days ago when I was on the mountain. Does everyone know about Kuju now?" Everyone nodded vigorously. Zhong Feng continued, "For this Kuju, the only people who can afford to play it are the aristocrats, but for us commoners, who can afford to play it? Who has time to play, right?" So, this kid was thinking, "Look, where is this place? This is Chang'an. It's under the feet of the emperor. We, the people of Chang'an, represent the face of the Tang dynasty. This thing can't be lost, right? That's why I was wondering if I could make something like that nutritious porridge so that everyone could have something to play with during their leisure time. As for whether this thing can strengthen the body, whether it can relax the muscles and circulate the meridians, this can only be discovered by you slowly in the future. Prince Zhong, do you mean that we can all play with this thing? The kid sitting next to Zhong Feng asked again at this time. At this time, even the dark-faced wife stared at Zhong Feng, feeling incredulous. Zhong Feng nodded. Yes, that's right. I've already asked people to make it. Not only will there be it in every market in the future, but when the time is right, I'm willing to pay. If any of you play it well, I'll give you money. If any of you are outstanding, we'll hold basketball games twice a year in the future. If you win, I'll agree to 3 of your request. If I ask you to marry me, will you agree? At this time, a girl asked in surprise. When Zhong Feng heard this, his scalp instantly went numb. However, before he could speak, the people of Tonghui Fang scolded the fat girl and chased her away. As long as it doesn't go against my principles, I, Zhong Feng, can do it. Zhong Feng hurriedly added in the end. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel ecstatic. Although they did not know if playing this could strengthen their bodies, they could earn money and also get a promise from Zhong Feng. This was a rare opportunity to soar to the top. Who was Zhong Feng? He was the dean of White Deer College, the youngest hereditary viscount in Chang'an. Was there anything to say about this future? Everyone's eyes could not help but become fervent. At this time, Zhong Feng saw Niu Pi Huang, who was in a daze at the back of the crowd. He waved his hand. Only then did everyone remember what they were here to do. They hurriedly opened up a path and looked at the black thing in Niu Pi Huang's hand. The entire black ball was filled with lines left behind by pouring. There were also many traces of dripping on one side of the ball. Obviously, this was the bottom of the basketball stand. Zhong Feng took the basketball and subconsciously made the gesture of taking the ball in a basketball court in his previous life. He could not help but sigh in his heart. At this moment, the crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the black ball in Zhong Feng's hand. Finally, Zhong Feng moved. To be precise, Zhong Feng finally threw the black ball in his hand onto the ground under everyone's shocked gaze. Bang! 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 Chapter 885. The basketball was a good basketball. Although the material was a little problematic, it was still okay. However, the air was not enough. Zhong Feng could not help but start to worry again. He patted the basketball twice and asked, Niu Pi Huang, can your bellows inflate this thing? Just at the hole you left, inflate it, and plug it with the cork from before. Niu Pi Huang could not help but frown together. Seeing this, Zhong Feng could not help but sigh. Go, let's go see your bellows. The principle of the bellows was the same as the inflator, but one was something that was dozens or hundreds of times smaller, and the other was something that could only stay in one place. The two entered the kitchen. Niu Pi Huang's landlords and workers in the kitchen all looked at Zhong Feng excitedly, especially the black ball in Zhong Feng's hand. Their eyes were burning. After Zhong Feng greeted everyone casually, he squatted in front of the bellows and looked at it. But after thinking about it, Zhong Feng felt that it was not possible. Looking at the remaining rubber, Zhong Feng could not help but have an idea. Niu Pi Huang, go and find me a 7-foot-long bamboo tube as thick as an arm, and so on, until one end is only as big as this seam. Niu Pi Huang heard it and suddenly understood. He hurriedly ran out with the hatchet. What was this? This was Zhong Feng imparting skills. The previous bone-strengthening powder and the nutritional porridge business, he had been envious of it for a long time, just because of a word. That was strengthening the body. Not to mention those things that Zhong Feng made later, which one of them was not a business that made a fortune? At this time, Niu Pi Huang seemed to be worried that his wife was at home. He was afraid of annoying Zhong Feng, so he twisted his wife's ear and dragged her out of the door. Zhong Feng glanced at the door, waved his hand, and said with a smile, let's go. 3 days at most, and you'll be able to play this thing. I hope everyone here can help me spread the word when the time comes. Although these people didn't know what publicity meant. But the gist of it was that he wanted them to take it out and say it. How could the crowd not agree? They happily promised and ran away. Zhongfeng finally has time to study the basketball's valve. It was easy to make a basketball, but once the air valve was not done properly, this thing would be useless. Cow urine was made of tough material. There was naturally a reason why it could be used as a water bag for desert travel. Zhongfeng did not doubt this, but this was where the difficulty lay. How to make these two things fit perfectly was the key. After pulling out the cork, Zhongfeng looked at the sunlight outside the window and studied it. He couldn't help but think of the cork on a portable water bottle in the future. In an instant, Zhongfeng had an idea. Picking up the wooden spoon, he scooped up some sticky rubber. After that, he took the bowl of cold water that Niu Pai Huang had poured for him. Raising the wooden spoon high, he let the rubber in the spoon converge into a silk thread and drip into the bowl. When Zhongfeng saw that it was almost done, he picked up a cylindrical rubber stick that was thinner than a chopstick. He drew on the basketball's air inlet and dipped it in layers of rubber to make it the same size as the air inlet. Then, he smeared the rubber on the air inlet. After doing all this, Zhongfeng carefully aimed the rubber stick in his hand at the air inlet and pressed it into the air inlet. After a while, Zhongfeng picked up the basketball again and soaked it into a water tank. Then, he squeezed the basketball hard. After all, there was still air in the basketball. After repeated tests to make sure that there was no possibility of air leakage, Zhongfeng breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the basketball was finally completed. What was left was the inflatable cylinder. As long as the inflatable cylinder could perfectly pierce through the air inlet's rubber, everything would be perfect. Prince Zhong, you're done just like that. The sudden voice really startled Zhongfeng. He turned around and saw that it was Cow Leather Huang's little disciple. Zhongfeng asked, "You saw it all?" The little disciple nodded. Zhongfeng asked again, "What's your name?" "My name is Guo Taibao. Prince Zhong, you can call me Xiaobao." Guo Taibao? Too full? Good name. Zhongfeng couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up. The ancient people's attainments were simply at the peak, especially reflected in the name. It was simply, "Xiaobao, did you see all the steps I just took?" Hearing this, Guo Taibao thought that Zhongfeng was going to blame him. He was so scared that he hurriedly knelt on the ground. "Prince Zhong, I didn't mean it." Guo Taibao was so anxious that he was about to cry. "Please don't tell my master and mistress, or I'll lose another layer of skin." Zhongfeng joked, "It's fine if you don't want me to say it. Let me ask you, did you remember the steps I just took?" "Yes." Zhongfeng heard this and nodded. "Good, then from now on, the matter of making this basketball will be handed over to you. Remember, this skill is not allowed to be spread, or you'll be beheaded. Do you understand? If it gets out, not only will your head be lost, your whole family and your master's head will also be lost." Guo Taibao was scared out of his wits. In an instant, Zhongfeng smelled an unpleasant urine smell. This guy, so easily frightened. Zhongfeng frowned and covered his nose. "When your master comes back, ask him to make an inflatable cylinder. As for how to make it and how to inflate it, I don't care. If I don't see him tomorrow morning, I'll find someone else to do this job." Chapter 886. Chang'an City was not a big place, but it was not small either. Even the slightest thing could spread throughout the city in an instant. Last night, out of nowhere, an unusual sound was heard. It was rumored that Zhongfeng, the dean of White Deer College in Xiaoshan, had been observing the sky at night and had a great revelation. After the bone-strengthening powder and the nutritious porridge, he had come up with another activity that everyone could participate in. It was a good thing that could strengthen the body, relax the muscles, and prolong one's life. Moreover, it was something that Sun Simiao, the miracle doctor, and the 4 great Confucian scholars had spent a month to come up with. Basketball. In an instant, the new word basketball spread like wildfire in Chang'an City. The main reason was that this thing was not like the bone-strengthening powder, which could only be used by the rich. It could be used by any ordinary person. This time, everyone was in an uproar. However, at this moment, everyone was shocked to find out that another incredible thing had happened in Tonghui Lane. They saw that under the big willow tree at the entrance of Tonghui Lane, a group of women who were bored out of their wits were squatting under a big willow tree and chatting. When a group of people from Tonghui Fang passed by and talked about something, the group of women couldn't help but block the group of women from passing by. Did you just say that Prince Zhong should pay for the basketball? The moment they asked that question, it became a big deal. More and more people gathered around. At this time, money was the most difficult to earn. Moreover, Xiao Mountain, which had always been regarded as a land of evil, was now full of people and no longer hiring. Therefore, as soon as there was a rustling of grass in the wind, everyone pricked up their ears. The people in Tonghui Lane were naturally those who had just witnessed Zhong Feng's miraculous deeds from Niu Pi Huang. Do you see what this is? The young man who had been sitting next to Zhong Feng held up half a cigarette in his hand excitedly and said, "This is a cigarette. It's a cigarette that only the Confucian scholars from White Deer College can enjoy." Hearing that, everyone was shocked. F***CK, where did you steal this from? I heard that Prince Zhong went back to the tavern. Did you guys go there to steal? Hearing this, the group of women could not take it anymore. He was about to step forward and grab that person, preparing to send him to the authorities for punishment. That person was also anxious. Which eye of yours saw that I stole it? Let me tell you, Prince Zhong personally lit this cigarette for me and handed it to me. F***CK off, Jubapi. It's good enough that you didn't steal it. Prince Zhong is such a noble person. Why would he speak for you? This person, Jubapi, was very famous in this area. This was because he had a history of theft 3 times and had been paraded through the streets 3 times. It was hard not to know him. At this moment, he was actually holding something that only the rich could enjoy. The crowd didn't even need to think about it. Nero Ju was also anxious. He pointed at the crowd behind him and said, "Look at their ears. That's Prince Zhong's cigarette." And they all saw it. At the entrance of Niu Pi Huang, Prince Zhong personally gave all of us cigarette. If you don't believe me, let's go to the authorities now. I'll definitely sue you for framing me. Hearing that, the women finally saw that everyone who came out of Tonghui Lane had the same cigarette in their ears and hands. They could not help but be shocked. Did Prince Zhong really give these to us personally? The people from Tonghui Lane straightened their backs as if they were presenting a treasure. They looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and let the cigarette in their ears leak out. The onlookers couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They hurriedly asked, "Nero Ju, no, Master Ju, tell us, what did Prince Zhong say? Why would he give you such expensive cigarettes?" "Hihi, you begged me." Nero Ju stroked the large black mole at the corner of his mouth and was extremely proud of himself. However, after waiting for a long time and seeing that no one was begging him, he could only rub his nose embarrassedly and say, "Prince Zhong is simply a god descending to the mortal world. Didn't an old Taoist say that Chang'an's Emperor Ziwei had descended to the mortal world? In my opinion, Prince Zhong must be that Emperor Ziwei. This ball was made by Prince Zhong when he saw how pitiful we were. We didn't have enough to eat or wear, so he made the bone-strengthening powder that only exists in the heavens. However, those damned rich bastards took it for themselves. In the end, Prince Zhong got angry and stopped making the powder. Instead, he made this thing called a basketball. This thing is amazing." Nero Ju became more and more excited as he spoke. More and more onlookers gathered around. Even Niu Weili, who had a splitting headache early in the morning, appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. "Kid, tell me, what did Brother Zhong come up with this time?" Nero Ju was very excited. When had he ever been so awe-inspiring? This was all given to him by Prince Zhong. When he saw someone calling Prince Zhong brother, he immediately said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? How can you call Prince Zhong a brother?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nero Ju saw Niu Weili. The people around them unconsciously took a few steps back. Nero Ju could not help but swallow his saliva with great difficulty. He knelt on the ground with a thud and said with a sobbing tone, "Lord Niu, I was talking nonsense. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level." Chapter 887. How could Niu Weili be in the mood to argue with him? Yesterday, he didn't know what kind of wine Zhong Feng gave him. He didn't even know how he got back. He just heard from the servants that he was thrown from a carriage to the gate of the county government. He wanted to visit Zhong Feng early in the morning. He also wanted to see if he could get some lucrative jobs. For example, the security of the market under the hill. Now, the market under the hill was even more awesome than the two big markets in Chang'an. The tax revenue was simply enviable. But before he arrived at Tonghui Square, Nyo Weili saw a group of people gathered together. Ju Barpi, who was standing on the stone lion head at the gate of Tonghui Square, couldn't help but come up curiously. Then he heard this good news. His eyes lit up. At this time, he didn't care about Ju Barpi's bad record. He waved his hand and said, "If you tell me everything in detail, I'll pretend that it didn't happen. If you lie, I'll punish you for the crime of dishonouring an official of the imperial court." While speaking, Nyo Weili stared at Ju Barpi and said, "At least 80 beatings, and then throw him into the mine." Hearing this, Ju Barpi panicked. Lying on the ground, his whole body trembled. "Master Nyo, you're so merciful. I was just talking on the spur of the moment. Prince Zhong himself is a god. How can ordinary people dare to claim kinship with him? So I'm just defending Prince Zhong's reputation. I don't mean anything against Master Nyo. Get up and talk." Nyo Weili was just scaring this guy. He didn't intend to punish him. Seeing this, Ju Barpi hurriedly got up and said loudly, "Last night, you should all know about the basketball, right?" Nyo Weili frowned, looked at the private advisor beside him and asked, "What's a basketball?" The private advisor paused and quickly told Nyo Weili about the basketball in detail. Hearing this, Nyo Weili couldn't help but change his expression. Once again, he listened attentively. Nero Ju seemed to have regained his excitement from before, but he didn't dare to climb up the stone lion. He raised the remaining half of his cigarette and said, "Prince Zhong just made a basketball at Nyo Pai Huang. Moreover, I heard that it took the 4 great scholars, Divine Dr. Sun, and a few others several days of painstaking effort to boil this pot of material. That thing is incredible. With a light pat on the ground, he can jump up 10 feet high. And Prince Zhong also said that from now on, he will build a basketball court in every street and alley. Everyone, old and young, can play basketball and strengthen their bodies. He wants us to prolong our lives together. Not only that, Child Zhong even intends to award it to those who perform well out of his own pocket. Additionally, the winner of the annual basketball match in Tongshan Mountain could get a promise from Child Zhong within his ability. What's more, Child Zhong even intends to award it to those who perform well. In other words, you can make a request of Prince Zhong." Buzz. Instantly, the hundreds of officials were in an uproar. What? Prince Zhong is simply a god descending to the earth. This good thing not only doesn't cost money, but will also give us money. Oh my god. Really, the god has opened his eyes. Nyo Weili was also stunned at this time. Why didn't he hear Prince Zhong mention such an important thing yesterday? Nyo Weili couldn't listen to it anymore. He hurriedly squeezed through the excited crowd and ran to Zhongfeng's pub. What happened here, once again, spread out like a gust of wind. East Market. The market square was very quiet now. There were only a few merchants who were listlessly huddled together, playing poker to relieve their boredom. At this time, the appearance of a group of people instantly cheered up these businessmen in the East Market. They shouted again, but this group of people didn't come to buy things. He looked around and then told the people what he had just heard at the entrance of Tonghui Fang. "Let me tell you a good thing. First, don't tell anyone. You should have heard of Prince Zhong, right? He's the dean of White Deer College. He just made a basketball. And that thing can shoot up as high as the city wall with a single hit. I also heard that this thing can not only prolong life, but also cure all kinds of diseases if you lick it and eat it. Not only that, Prince Zhong is going to reward those who play basketball well with his own money." Hearing that, the people in the East Market were in an uproar. The situation in the West Market was also the same at this time. It's true. You should have heard of Master Nyo from the Chang'an local government, right? Master Nyo said it himself. That thing can cure all kinds of diseases. After playing for a long time, Prince Zhong will arrange a good job for you in Xiao Mountain, not only the East Market and West Market of Chang'an Avenue. Even the reclining lane and the places where the 3 provinces and 6 departments were located had heard the news at this time. At this time, Wei Zheng listened to the report of his subordinates and couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Fang Xianling and asked, Master Fang, what do you think about this matter? In the palace, Li Shimin, who was playing cards with Li Yuan, couldn't help but laugh after learning about this situation. Hearing that, Li Yuan asked and couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. What the hell is this guy doing? Maybe this guy is preparing for the mid-autumn hunt. Chapter 888. When Li Shimin heard this, he thought for a moment and said, calculating the time, it seems that it's time for the mid-autumn hunt. However, we won't be able to see such a wonderful thing. When Li Yuan heard this, he said, first, calculate the money from the last round clearly for me. Li Shimin was somewhat speechless, but he really didn't have a single copper coin on him. He looked at the palace maids around him. Only then did he pay off the debt. Li Yuan was like a miser, holding copper coins, and said, if you want to see, after this guy finishes the mid-autumn hunt, or before the mid-autumn hunt, we'll go to Xiao Mountain together. In any case, Old Man is also the honorary vice dean of White Deer College. It's not too much to go and inspect this basketball. When Li Shimin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. Imperial Father is right. While speaking, Li Shimin asked faintly, Little Gizi, I heard that Yu Qiyu, Duke of E, and the others went to the small tavern one after another yesterday? Yes. Little Gizi bowed and hurriedly said, replying to your majesty, retired emperor, Yu Qiyu stayed in the tavern for an hour. After she went out, there was nothing strange. This servant feels that nothing happened. However, Duke of E and Duke of Lu stayed for about 3 hours. And then, Little Gizi carefully explained the matter of the Crown Prince and the others visiting Zhongfeng. At this time, Li Chengqian also hurried from Xiao Mountain to the Imperial Garden. When Li Shimin saw that Li Chengqian's expression was strange, he waved his hand and dismissed everyone. Only then did he point to the stone bench at the side and said, What matter do you have that you don't pay attention to your image? Li Yuan also looked at Li Chengqian with a smile and asked, Qian, do you have any good news to tell me? Imperial grandfather still understands your grandson. Li Chengqian hurriedly flattered him. Li Shimin heard this and snorted to express his dissatisfaction. However, Li Yuan did not give him the opportunity to ask. He asked, Yesterday, I heard that you turned the entire palace upside down in search of briquette. Yes, it was Feng Zi who told me to look for it. Furthermore, he said that only this thing can maintain the temperature of the furnace to a higher degree and then smelt steel. Oh! Hearing this, a hint of shock flashed across the faces of Li Yuan and Li Shimin. The matter of the firearms, the impenetrable shield, and the invincible spear had always affected the two of them. And the source of all of this was the need to obtain steel. Now that the two of them actually heard good news from Li Chengqian's mouth, they couldn't help but be even happier. TSK, tell me in detail. This isn't something you want to talk about, right? Li Shimin waved his hand and laughed. Just as Imperial Father said, this isn't the case. The mine that Imperial Father has always been interested in has taken shape. Hearing this, Li Shimin was shocked. He quickly looked around and shouted coldly in the distance, Clean up the Imperial Garden. Without my order, not a single mouse is allowed to enter. Then Li Shimin and the other two fell into a short silence. Mines had always been an important thing that troubled Li Shimin and the Tang dynasty. Now, the iron blocks, coal mines, and gold and silver mines of the Tang dynasty were all in the hands of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. This was something that Li Shimin and Li Yuan had always been unable to let go of. At this time, they actually heard this matter again from Li Chengqian's mouth. They couldn't help but think of something in an instant. After a bird's cry came, Li Shimin asked, Qian, why do you say that? Did you find a coal mine? Li Chengqian smiled bitterly and said, If only I had that ability. It was Feng Zi who guessed where there was a coal mine in Erpi Ridge of Lantian County. What? How did he know? Li Yuan and Li Shimin couldn't help but ask in unison. Coal was not important. It was very needed in winter and the daily needs of the palace. However, this thing had always been in the hands of those nobles. Under their wolf-like eyes, it was very difficult to find scattered playthings. However, not to mention coal mines, even if there were other minerals that needed a large amount now, As the emperor of a country, he actually didn't know much about them. This was the worry of Li Shimin and Li Yuan. The main reason was that they didn't have talents who specialized in mining like the aristocratic families. Now that Zhongfeng appeared, the two couldn't help but find a way to get rid of the nobles. Although it was easy to push Zhongfeng to the opposite side of those aristocratic families by doing so, Zhongfeng on the mountain now had settled the 4 great scholars, and Li Yuan took the initiative to become the honorary vice president. If they wanted to make a move on Zhongfeng, they had to think about it first. In that case, he would have to weigh the pros and cons first. Moreover, if it was as Zhongfeng had said, he would be able to create this gun that was even more terrifying than the invincible spear in a short period of time. Then what was Li Shimin afraid of? At that time, no matter what Guanlong 8 great families, as well as those 5 families and 7 families, they would all tremble under his power. Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but become more intense. Tell me, is this matter confirmed? Li Chengqian shook his head and said, "It is because of the importance of this matter that I sent out countless loyal people last night, and then hurriedly returned to the palace to report." Good. Li Shimin nodded in appreciation. It seems that I made the right choice to let you follow Fengzi. This is the way a monarch should do. Before doing anything, you must first think clearly about the pros and cons of the matter. Li Shimin put his hands behind his back. After wandering around the pavilion in the middle of the lake, he said, "I will give you a secret edict. Quickly let Niu Jindar send someone to personally go and do it according to Fengzi's method. You must not leave Chang'an. Otherwise, if those damn flies smell it, it will be troublesome." Li Chengqian heard this and said, "I obey the edict." Chapter 889. These 2 days, Chang'an was not peaceful. Everyone stared with wide eyes, waiting for the basketball to appear. And in the palace. Ever since Li Chengqian bid farewell to Li Shimin and Li Yuan, he went to Empress Zhongxuan's place to pay his respects, then hurriedly left the palace. In his bosom, he carried a letter that Li Yuan wrote to Zhongfeng. Thinking of the contents of the letter, Li Chengqian could not help but be speechless. This retired emperor actually asked the person in charge of construction to build a basketball court in the palace that was dedicated to him. Although this request was nothing much, who would dare to do something that had never been seen before? Who would be able to bear the responsibility? Originally, Imperial Father was building a private residence for you, but you didn't even look at it. Instead, you gave it to Zhongfeng. Li Chengqian couldn't help but feel jealous. That private residence, the amount of money spent, as well as the design, were all of a higher standard than the palace. The main reason was that Li Shimin wanted to take care of Li Yuan's life, so he did everything he could. But now, this damned brat, he didn't even look at it. Looking at the groggy Wang Kong, Li Chengqian could not help but sigh. All the good things were taken away by the pig. Oh, isn't this young Master Li? At this moment, Li Chengqian disguised himself in the sedan and prepared to slip away to Tong Hui Fang. However, when he turned around, he bumped into an acquaintance. A fair-weather friend of his when he was stubborn in Chang'an. Seeing Li Chengqian now, the person also looked at the sedan in surprise and said, "What, did young Master Li just slip away from home?" Li Chengqian chuckled perfunctorily. That person grabbed Li Chengqian and asked mysteriously, "I just heard a piece of news. Brother Li, you're at White Deer College, have you ever heard of basketball?" Li Chengqian asked in surprise, "You know about it too?" The youth wearing a pink gown glanced at Li Chengqian and said, "Brother Li, are you doubting my intelligence? Who in Chang'an doesn't know about this? However, just now, when I was in Swallow Descent restaurant, I heard that someone was currently transporting large amounts of wood outside the city, as well as some kind of cement that is said to be able to instantly turn into stone. Do you know about this matter?" Li Chengqian grew impatient. "Brother Mo, feel free to speak your mind. I still have an important matter to attend to and meet the dean. If there is any delay." When that person heard this, he also put away his joking expression and said, "To be honest, I really do have some matters to attend to. Brother Li also knows about the matter of my father working in the Ministry of Works. Today, after learning about the miraculous effects of the cement, I was thinking of doing some renovations to my residence. That was why I thought of Brother Li." Right now, it seems like Brother Li and Principal Zhong have quite a deep relationship, so, Li Chengqian's eyes narrowed slightly. You want cement? Yeah. As long as Brother Li is willing to help me with this big favor. I've heard that a thief from the previous dynasty was caught and his whole family was escorted back to the capital. One of the women was simply an outstanding beauty. When the time comes, I'll use my connections to send her to Brother Li's residence. Li Chengqian had also heard of this matter. Although he was tempted, how could he have the time and mood to think about it at this time? At this moment, a cold and somewhat charming voice startled the two of them. Isn't this young Master Li? Young Master Li is also going to Prince Zhong's tavern? The voice was very charming. When the pink-clothed youth heard the voice, he was completely dumbfounded. He slowly turned around with a love-struck expression. What entered his eyes was a pair of charming eyes under the curtain of a carriage, causing the youth's saliva to flow all over the ground. Li Chengqian knew who the person was the moment he heard the voice. He had also seen the power of this woman. Not daring to meet her eyes, he bowed and said, Li Chengqian greets Miss Yu. That's right. The person who had come was Yuqi Yu. When the pink-clothed youth saw that the two of them knew each other, he hurriedly wiped the saliva off his mouth and stepped forward to bow elegantly. Mo Zitsong greets Miss Yu. Who was Yuqi Yu? Although she had not seen thousands of such debauchees, she had seen hundreds of them. Therefore, she automatically filtered out Mo Zitsong's words and looked at Li Chengqian instead. Brother Mo, let me give you a word of advice. You're a femme fatale. Then, he continued Yuqi Yu's words. That's right, we're going to the tavern. Why did Miss Yu come today? Because of the basketball matter? Yuqi Yu invited Li Chengqian into the carriage, but Li Chengqian refused. This made Yuqi Yu a little surprised. She pursed her lips and said, could it be that young Master Li is afraid of me? Cough, cough. Miss Yu, what are you saying? Fengzi is still waiting. You go ahead first. I'll catch up later. What a joke. Li Chengqian did not dare to provoke this woman. Probably only that pervert Fengzi could control such a poisonous scorpion. The pink-clothed young man couldn't help but stare blankly at this scene. Especially Li Chengqian's actions just now. It was completely different from the young Master Li he knew. Could it be that this woman was really so afraid? However, this was not important. Damn it. They did not even talk about the proper business. While Mo Zitsong was beating his chest and stamping his feet, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's subordinates, a large number of soldiers from the Chang'an military camp, disguised as ordinary people, entered Chang'an City's city gate with a large amount of wood. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin rode on big horses. Although ordinary people would not be able to resist the two of them because of their makeup, their ferocious faces were still frightening. When the people surrounding Chang'an City's gate saw the carriages full of wood, they could not help but exclaim, could these people be craftsmen from Xiao Mountain? Are they here to build a basketball court? Chapter 890. The people who built the basketball court had entered the city. This news spread like wildfire among the commoners. In an instant, countless people gathered behind the carriages. They wanted to see how these pieces of wood could become the rumored object in the hands of these people. Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong wandered around Chang'an City for a while. Then, Yu Qigong turned his horse's head and said, why don't we build one at the entrance of Tonghui Lane? Cheng Yaojin nodded. You don't say. This place is connected to all directions and connects the east and the west. If we build it here, not only will it highlight Fengzi, but it will also make Tonghui Lane's reputation soar. Okay, let's do it here. The two of them discussed and decided on the matter. On the other side, Niu Weili first went to Niu Pai Huang's workshop. When he did not see Zhong Feng, he went to Zhong Feng's tavern with Niu Pai Huang, who had just finished making the basketball. At this time, Zhong Feng was already sleeping soundly under the crooked tree at the entrance of the tavern. The two of them did not dare to disturb him. They squatted beside Zhong Feng with the basketball in their arms and waited. Not long after, Yuqi Yu's palanquin slowly came to a stop at the entrance of the tavern under their gazes. When Niu Weili saw the standard on the sedan chair, his scalp went numb. Well, wait here. I'll come back another day. After saying that, Nyo Weili used his running speed to escape from here. Seeing this, Nyo Weili's yellow skin was stunned. What a joke. That was the sedan chair of Duke Yi's residence. Others might not recognize it, but as a small county magistrate of Chang'an, how could he not recognize it? On the first day he came to Chang'an City, the first thing he did was to remember all the high-ranking officials and dignitaries in Chang'an City. The symbol on the carriage was the best proof. Nyo Weili's back could not help but break out in cold sweat as he ran. Yesterday, he also noticed the carriage and the woman in it. Although he had never seen her before, he knew that she could ride the carriage of Duke Yi's residence and walk around in such a flashy manner in Chang'an City. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that this person wasn't someone they could afford to offend. In addition, he had heard from others yesterday that this woman had only left the tavern after a long time. If she wasn't close to Prince Zhong, who would dare to do so? Today, he came to find Zhong Feng to ask for a favor. If that sentence offended the person who came, then his life would be over. However, before Nyo Weili could walk out of Tong Hui Fang, he saw two tall and burly men riding horses in front of Tong Hui Fang. Nyo Weili, who had a stomach full of anger, finally found a way to vent. After tidying up his clothes, he appeared at the entrance of Tong Hui Fang with a gloomy face and coldly shouted, "Stop! Who are you? Don't you know you can't ride a horse in Chang'an City?" Hearing this, Yuqi Gongcheng and Yuqi Gongcheng Jin were all stunned. The soldiers were more interested in watching a good show. The surrounding officials and common people looked at Nyo Weili with ridicule. It was indescribably strange. Nyo Weili's mind was still in a mess, so he didn't notice the strange atmosphere. He stepped forward and scolded, "Where are the barbarians from? Don't you know the law of Chang'an City? Get off the horse quickly, or follow me to the Chang'an local government, ordinary." Before he finished, Nyo Weili's knees went soft and he knelt on the road, trembling all over. "Hey, you, who is this fool?" Cheng Yarojin looked at Nyo Weili in surprise and asked. Yuqi Gong didn't know. He scratched his head and said, "I don't care who he is. Let's do what we should do. Later, we'll find Fengzi for a drink. You two, get off the horse quickly. This is the county magistrate of Chang'an local government. Yesterday, he became friends with Prince Zhong. They are brothers." Puff. Before the onlookers finished, Nyo Weili spat out a mouthful of blood and said in a trembling voice, "I didn't know it was you two. I'll get out of here. Please continue. Pretend you didn't see me." As he spoke, Nyo Weili staggered to his feet and scrambled away. Damn it. Why were these two gods of slaughter here? Although the two of them were in disguise, he still remembered the jade plates on their belt. There were 5 green dragon tokens given by the emperor. Yuqi Gong, Cheng Yarojin, Li Jing, Nyo Jindar, Qin Qiong, and Qin Shubao. These 5 lords were told on the first day in the Chang'an local government that they couldn't be provoked. To think that I would be able to see 2 of them today, and judging from their figures, they were the most difficult to deal with, the devil Cheng Yarojin and the reckless Yuqi Gong. Damn it, what was wrong with Laro Tsu today? Nyo Weili wanted to cry. However, Yuqi Gong and Cheng Yarojin were confused. But judging from Nyo Weili's behavior, this old guy seemed to have recognized them. "Larohei, it seems that you're not doing a good job," Yuqi Gong joked. Cheng Yarojin pointed at a soldier and said, "Go, follow the county magistrate and tell him what we're here for." "Yes." The soldier, who was also strong, shook his shoulders and threw a small wooden stake on the ground. He clenched his fists and followed Nyo Weili with a sneer. Chapter 891. Move faster. Don't move the floor tiles. You mother ***, go measure it and erect the wooden stake. If Fengzi is not satisfied, Laro Tsu will skin you alive. You mother ***, what are you going to do with such a small piece of wood? Send it to Fengzi to light the fire. You, and the 2 of you, you can't even move a stone lion. What's the use of you? Scram, go back and get a whip for Laro Tsu." Under the stunned gazes of the onlookers, a pine tree with a diameter of 3 feet and a height of 3 feet was erected at the entrance of the market. This scene stunned everyone. Nero Ju, who was in the crowd, mustered up his courage and flashed half a cigarette in his hand. He asked, "Sir, what are you doing?" Yu Qigong glanced at Nero-ju and his gaze fell on the cigarette in his hand. He frowned and asked, "Is this from Tong Hui Fang?" Nero-ju heard this and quickly nodded. Seeing this, Yu Qigong said lazily, "Isn't this the basketball court that Fengzi was talking about? Laro Tzu built a basketball court for you. What are you doing? You're embarrassing Fengzi. Don't you know how to help? Basketball court?" And it was the first basketball court to be built in Tong Hui Fang? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, but then they felt ashamed. It was such a thick piece of wood. It was really difficult for these children to lift it. They could not help but feel embarrassed and rushed forward to help. Nero-ju's eyes rolled when he saw this. He also ran over to follow or shout to the soldiers who were digging the hole. The miraculous matter of the basketball court being built in Tong Hui Fang was out of control. The people of Chang'an who had nothing better to do all came forward to see this strange thing. However, when they saw the wooden stake that was much higher than the entrance of the market, all of them could not help but gasp in shock. My mother! This was not something ordinary people could play with. It was so tall. How could it be thrown up? In no time, the news of Tong Hui Fang building a magical basketball court spread like a whirlwind. Zhong Feng also woke up amidst the commotion. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Niu Pai Huang squatting beside him, which gave Zhong Feng a fright. Seeing Zhong Feng wake up, Niu Pai Huang grinned. That mouthful of yellow teeth made Zhong Feng feel nauseous. Done? Zhong Feng hurriedly asked. Niu Pai Huang was so excited that he handed the basketball that Zhong Feng had modified the air valve to Zhong Feng. The basketball was simply polished, and Su Rian looked slightly rough. However, this was the effect that Zhong Feng wanted. As for the appearance, Zhong Feng didn't care. It wouldn't be too late to think about the patterns after the market opened up. Zhong Feng took the basketball and pressed it. The air of the basketball was very strong. He tried to pat it. If it weren't for the Tang dynasty, Zhong Feng would really think that this thing was also a time traveler. Not bad, you did a good job. I'll write you a note later. You go to Xiao Mountain and ask the old village chief for money. From now on, I'll buy each of these things at a price of 1 million. How about that? 100 copper coins? This price made Niu Pai Huang tremble with excitement. Even with the addition of the whole piece of cowhide, the total cost was less than 30 copper coins. Niu Pai Huang couldn't help but shed tears of gratitude. Why do you need to go to Xiao Mountain? Can't I just give it to him now? At this moment, Li Chengqian's voice sounded from beside the palanquin. Zhong Feng looked over and only then did he notice Yu Qiyue standing beside Li Chengqian. She was wearing a peach-colored gauze dress and holding an oil paper umbrella. Seeing the two of them, Zhong Feng couldn't help but have a question in his mind. You too, Li Chengqian hurriedly waved his hand and said, don't misunderstand. We just met on the road. Besides, you were sleeping soundly. Miss Yue couldn't bear to disturb you, so I told her about you. Hearing this, Zhong Feng couldn't help but feel speechless. Seeing this, Yu Qiyue slightly bowed and said, Yue greets Prince Zhong. I haven't seen you for a day, but Prince Zhong's complexion looks better. My goodness, your grandma's leg. Seeing you, Laro Tzu feels uncomfortable everywhere. However, Zhong Feng only dared to criticize in his heart. After seeing Li Chengqian give Niu Pai Huang a banknote, he smiled and cupped his hands. However, Zhong Feng didn't invite the two of them in. Instead, he asked, what's going on the street? Did the people on the mountain come back? It's so noisy. Li Chengqian was stunned. You don't know? What do I know? Hearing their conversation, Yu Qiyue couldn't help but smile and said, let Yue explain. It's at the entrance of Tonghui Square. Cousin and old Chen are building the basketball court Prince Zhong mentioned. Zhong Feng nodded when he heard this. He patted the basketball in his hand, but it was snatched away by Li Chengqian. Out of curiosity, Li Chengqian slammed it on the ground, giving Zhong Feng and Yu Qiyue a fright. The basketball suddenly rose several feet into the air, then bounced off the roof of the tavern and went to another place. Li Chengqian couldn't help but be stunned. Damn, what's that? Did that ball spread its wings? Chapter 892. F***CK. Zhong Feng looked at the basketball that disappeared in the air and couldn't help but burst out with a classic phrase. Yu Qiyu and Niu Pai Huang, who were about to leave, were stunned. Zhong Feng didn't have time to scold Li Chengqian. He ran after the basketball. Yu Qiyu glared at Li Chengqian and also lifted her skirt. She didn't even want the umbrella. Like a butterfly, she chased after Zhong Feng. Prince Zhong, wait for me. Li Chengqian finally reacted. He looked at his own hand, then looked at the yellow leather that was looking at him with bad intentions. He shouted, "Why aren't you looking for the ball? If you lose the ball, this young master will strip you and make you into a basketball." As he spoke, Li Chengqian took a step forward and followed after him. This was the first basketball. Naturally, he knew the value of this ball. Otherwise, with Zhong Feng's character, he wouldn't care if he lost it. Why would he chase after it? At most, he would just make another one. There were only 8 days left until the mid-autumn hunt. At the entrance of Tonghui Fang, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yarojin looked at the busy crowd. They squatted on the side of the road and smoked while pondering about the magic of this basketball. When they were talking about it, the two old men couldn't help but shout angrily. At this moment, Yu Qigong finished his cigarette and was about to add a second one. He heard a dong sound. Someone suddenly slapped his head from the top of his head. Instantly, the cigarette in his mouth went into his throat. It was so hot that Yu Qigong slapped Cheng Yaojin's face. Cheng Yaojin was so angry that he shouted, "Are you King itching for a beating?" Yu Qigong was also anxious. "What? Do you want to move around? Laro Tzu provoked you. How dare you slap Laro Tzu's head? Look at Laro Tzu's mouth. It's full of King blisters. Mother K, who the CK allowed you to smoke? It's like you're doing something. Can't you be more refined?" Thump, thump, thump. Just as the two of them were about to fight, a strange sound suddenly rang out beside them. The two of them weren't mortals, so they instantly noticed the bouncing black ball. Yu Qigong, on the other hand, was even more imposing. He grabbed Cheng Yaojin's collar with one hand and punched him with the other. In an instant, that black ball, under everyone's gaze, quickly flew out and bounced off the basketball that had just been erected not far away. Then, it once again flew back to Yu Qigong's face at an even faster speed than before. This time, Cheng Yaojin was dumbfounded. Yu Qigong also heard the sound of the ball breaking through the air. When he turned his face, it just so happened that his big face was in close contact with the basketball. Boom! Yu Qigong was, after all, a martial artist. The power of his punch was naturally different from others. At this time, after the basketball slowly bounced away, under the horrified gaze of the crowd, 2 long streams of blood gushed out from Yu Qigong's nose like spring water. At this time, everyone looked at the strange thing and sucked in a breath of cold air. The dignified Duke of Yi was actually sneakily attacked by a hidden weapon. In an instant, the soldiers who were working were all excited and were about to surround the ball. Some of them even chased after the basketball. They kicked and punched and kicked it even more vigorously. The onlookers burst into laughter. At this time, Nero Ju looked at Yu Qigong's nose with some confusion and then looked at the black thing that everyone was chasing. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and exclaimed, "Isn't that Prince Zhong's basketball? Who brought it here?" At this time, everyone was stunned. They looked at the basketball in astonishment. Cheng Yarojin, who was laughing at Yu Qigong, and Yu Qigong, who was rolling up his sleeves in a rage, were also stunned. Yu Qigong wiped the blood from his nose and angrily pointed at Nero Ju. "Boy, let me ask you. Are you sure that this thing is Fengzi's basketball? If you dare to lie, Laro Tzu will tear you apart alive." Nero Ju was obviously frightened by Yu Qigong's fierceness. He said with trembling legs, "Master, this is really Prince Zhong's basketball. Today at the entrance of Niu Pai Huang, everyone saw it. Yes, Master, this ball was made by Prince Zhong. I also saw it at that time, but it didn't look so lively at that time." Hearing that, all the onlookers could not help but be shocked. "What? Are you sure this thing is Prince Zhong's basketball? Why does it look so strange? Oh my God." At this time, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yarojin could not help but be secretly shocked. This thing, they finally knew how to use it in the military. This damn thing was simply prepared for the training of sharpshooters. Come on, catch it for me. Mother **Kerr, who told you to kick it? If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it even if I kill you. Finally, the group of bandits became obedient. After a while, they caught the basketball and respectfully handed it to Yu Qigong. Cheng Yarojin wanted to play, but Yu Qigong pushed him aside. Bang! Yu Qigong smashed it hard on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the basketball suddenly rose several feet into the air. Yu Qigong could not help but be amused. Hey! This kid is really **King talent. Chapter 893. Cheng Yarojin had long been itching to play. Seeing that Yu Qigong was not paying attention, he kicked him aside and grabbed the basketball. He hugged the basketball with both hands and laughed. Old you, I said you don't know how to play. You really don't know how to play. Let me show you how I play. While talking, Cheng Yarojin almost used all his strength. He raised both hands above his head and was about to throw the basketball down. At this moment, Zhong Feng's angry voice also sounded not far away. Stop! Bang! But it was too late. The black basketball in Cheng Yarojin's hand had already broken countless willow branches in an instant and rushed into the sky under Zhong Feng's frightened, distressed, and angry eyes. For a moment, Zhong Feng's eyes were filled with distress, anger, and an impulse to kill. Yu Qiyu, Li Chengqian, Niu Pai Huang, and the others who were following closely behind were even more shocked. Especially Li Chengqian, whose face changed instantly. At this moment, Cheng Yarojin and Yu Qigong also noticed Zhong Feng's face. The onlookers also noticed his face. After a commotion, the crowd could not help but slowly retreat. Hey, Fengzi, don't be so stingy. Isn't this the way to play this thing? Cheng Yarojin saw Zhong Feng's face and his heart skipped a beat. But who was he? He was Cheng Yarojin, a pain in the ass. He touched his nose and could not find anything. As for his face, what was that thing? He really did not know what it was. Seeing this, Nero Ju rolled his eyes. Seeing that no one cared about the basketball falling down, he hurriedly rushed up and wanted to catch the basketball to take the credit. But when he opened his arms and waited for the basketball to fall into his arms, a pair of big hands swayed in front of him and the basketball steadily fell into Yu Qigong's hands. And he coldly glanced at Nero Ju. This glance made Nero Ju tremble all over. They hurriedly retreated to the back of the crowd, not daring to move. At this time, Zhong Feng finally caught up. He angrily snatched the basketball and looked at it with distress. He almost covered it under his buttocks. Mother **Kerr, Laro Tsu hadn't even played the ball when it was ready. Mother **Kerr, Laro Tsu was almost reimbursed. Are you guys stupid? If Laro Tsu doesn't have a ball during the mid-autumn hunt, Laro Tsu will fight it out with you. Cheng Yarojin finally realized that something wasn't right. Under Li Chengqian's gaze, he hurriedly asked, Fengzi, this isn't how you play it. Zhong Feng looked at the scratches on the ball with heartache and said fiercely, what do you think? If I let you guys play like this, Laro Tsu wouldn't be able to do it. I'll just let you guys do it. Ah! This ball suddenly hit his face. Look, it's bleeding. I don't know where it came from, so in order to avenge my brother, I can only do this. I thought it was some kind of hidden weapon. The more Cheng Yarojin said, the more guilty he felt. In the end, he couldn't help but stare at Li Chengqian and ask, what's the matter with this ball? Why did it grow legs and run over here? It's him, master. It's not my fault. It's him. He took it from Prince Zhong, and then just like you just did, Niu Pai Huang betrayed Li Chengqian without any sense of loyalty. In his opinion, Fengzi was known for being honest and always being bullied. Who didn't know that Li Chengqian was stubborn? Seeing the disaster, Niu Pai Huang immediately stood on Zhong Feng's side. Li Chengqian was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Well, I didn't do it on purpose, hey. So it was you who did it. Come. Look at my nose, look at my mouth. Don't you know how useful Fengzi's basketball is? You took it out to tease old man? How could Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin let go of such a good thing? They immediately stood up and began to blame Li Chengqian. 8 days. There are only 8 days left. Fengzi put in a lot of effort. Do you think it's easy for him? What are you thinking, kid? And you. Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk about you. As he spoke, Yu Qigong pointed at Yu Qiyue, wanting to say something. Although Yu Qiyue was wearing a peach-colored veil, her enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. She looked as if she had been wronged, causing Yu Qigong to smack his lips and turn around to vent his frustration at Li Chengqian. Enough. Let's stop acting, okay? Zhong Feng felt a headache coming on. He quickly stopped everyone. How could he not know that they were acting? However, Zhong Feng's words caused them to be stunned. What's acting? Zhong Feng instantly exploded. How the F***ck would I know what acting is? Let me ask you. Do you think Lao Tzu is a bully? When Lao Tzu is ruthless, he even beat up his own people. Do you think I'm a coward? They were speechless. Knowing that Zhong Feng had said the wrong thing, he was infuriated. Otherwise, how could he have said such a stupid thing? Now that Zhong Feng was angry, they did not want to get into trouble. He could only accept whatever Zhong Feng said and smile sheepishly as he apologized. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. As for the soldiers, they were already doing what they were supposed to do. They did not even dare to look. Which son of a B***tch would dare to get into trouble at this time? That was simply courting death. That was F***king hysteria. Chapter 894. After Zhong Feng sulked for a while, he calmed down for a while. Li Chengqian hurried forward and pressed Zhong Feng down on the steps. He let him sit down and wiped his back to help him breathe. At this point, Zhong Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand weakly and said, "Okay, I'm not angry anymore. I'm very happy. You did a good job with this basketball. The quality of this thing is very good." Zhong Feng tried to put on a smile that was uglier than crying. He touched his chest with one hand and tried to calm himself down. At this time, he would be courting death if he quarreled with these two hooligans. Moreover, he would be laughed at for no reason. Yu Qiyue couldn't listen anymore. After seeing Zhong Feng's expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Yu Qigong stared at her fiercely, but it didn't work. "Do you have a cigarette?" Zhong Feng said calmly, but he still held the basketball tightly. Yes. Yu Qigong hurriedly handed Zhong Feng a cigarette. He lit it for him. Zhong Feng sat on the ground and took a few deep breaths. Then he tried to calm himself down. Looking at the two big pillars not far away, he asked, "What is this thing?" Zhong Feng was really angry at this time. A basketball was a small matter, but if there was a problem with this thing, he really couldn't be sure whether he could make another one in 8 days. The most important reason was, he was running out of rubber. Looking at the remaining rubber in the pot, it was the limit to make 5 more. And this was the situation when he first started. If it was Niu Pai Huang, who knew if he could make 3? It would be great if there were steel wires, at least it was durable. Otherwise, if it was given to these people, he was sure that if they kept playing like this, in less than 2 hours, even if there were 10, they would all be finished. Zhong Feng couldn't help but sigh. After stroking the basketball in his arms and making sure it was fine, Zhong Feng's anger subsided a little. However, after seeing the 2 poles, Zhong Feng was dumbfounded again. He really couldn't understand why such a big piece of wood was erected here. With the help of the soldiers, Yu Qigong managed to stop his nosebleed. He said, "Isn't this the club you made according to the method you said? Is it wrong?" Zhong Feng dared not say it was wrong. He was afraid of being beaten. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Not bad, but yours is a little big. Old you, do you think anyone can jump so high? Are you sure that from a few years old to a 70 or 80 years old woman can compete with your physical strength?" Zhong Feng asked as he pointed to the hoop on the cue stick that was 4 meters above the ground. Yu Qigong scratched the back of his head. "That's what you said. Who knew that this thing needs to be jumped? Such a small ball, I can easily throw it in. Don't talk about a ball, I can even throw such a big lump of metal into it. Do you think everyone is like you?" Zhong Feng stared at Yu Qigong with an expressionless face. Yu Qigong's face stiffened when he heard that. He then smiled awkwardly and said, "Then what do you think we should do? The pole is already erected. Tear it down. What else can we do?" Zhong Feng's entire body was about to crack. It was such a simple thing that even a fool could think of. Why couldn't he? Do you think everyone is as big and burly as you are? At that moment, Li Chengqian and Yu Qiyue also looked at Zhong Feng and Yu Qigong arguing with each other with a stunned expression. They couldn't help but look at each other. Their expressions were indescribably shocked. At that moment, Yu Qigong and Zhong Feng argued for a while. Under Zhong Feng's threat of quitting, they finally compromised. Then what do we do if we tear it down? This. Come, Li Chengqian. Bring me a pen and paper. Zhong Feng finally couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly waved his hand and took the opportunity to hold back the blood in his throat. Li Chengqian, who had caused trouble, ran faster than a rabbit. He got a pen and ink from somewhere and tossed a piece of white paper to Zhong Feng under everyone's envious gazes. Zhong Feng took the pen and paper and started drawing on the ground. Everyone couldn't help but stretch their necks, wanting to see what Zhong Feng was up to. Zhong Feng wasn't an art student, but at that moment, he had the illusion that he was forced to be one. Everything had to be drawn clearly, and even the dimensions were clearly marked. Moments later, a proper backboard appeared before everyone's eyes. That's it. Yu Qigong's eyes widened when he saw that. Why didn't you say so earlier? You should have told me earlier about such a simple thing. Look at this mess. It wasn't easy for me to get this freshly cut wood from Peng Mountain. It's all ruined now. Zhong Feng clutched his chest and trembled in anger. Yu Qigong continued to hammer his head and sigh. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhong Feng was completely mad. He turned to Cheng Yaojin with lifeless eyes and said, "Old Chen, where's your saber? I want to chop someone up." Chapter 895. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly carried Zhong Feng back to the tavern. They didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Yu Qigong and the others hurriedly went to find a carpenter, swearing that they would finish this thing before nightfall. Only then did Zhong Feng stop. At this time, Yu Qigong felt refreshed. The grudge of being tricked by Zhong Feng had been avenged. Although he had gotten his revenge, Yu Qigong knew the seriousness of the matter. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly went to the marine training ground. When it came to wood, and ready-made wooden planks at that, where else could there be? Without a doubt, it was the marine training ground. As for what to do after it was done, Yu Qigong didn't think about it. As long as they dared to ask him for it, he would just give them the wood shipped to Chang'an City. On the other side. At this time, the desolate mountain wasn't so peaceful. The old village chief carried a bellyful of good news and spread it along the way. He wanted everyone to know about Zhong Feng's great achievements. In the end, everyone was shocked to know about the dean's plan. Jing Shu and Zhong Yuyao looked at the old village chief who was smiling so widely that his wrinkles were blooming. They asked anxiously, "Did he say when he'll be back? How can he be there alone?" The old village head blinked, but in the end, he decided to hide the matter of Yu Qiyue. However, he could still deceive Zhong Yuyao. As for whether he could deceive Jingshu, that was unknown. After reporting that he was safe, the old village chief didn't disturb them anymore. He got up and ran to the waterfall. At this time, Yu Shenan and the others had already entered Zhong Feng's living room. As soon as they entered, they asked in surprise, "Old village chief, what is that kid up to at the foot of the mountain again?" Without waiting for Yu Shenan to finish, Sun Simiao also came up and asked, "Old man just heard that Fengzi spent a month with us at the foot of the mountain to come up with a basketball formula. Old village chief, tell me, what is this basketball? Why doesn't old man know?" The old village chief was stunned. Just as he was about to thank them, he was stunned when he heard what they said. "What? You don't know? What do we know?" Yu Shenan's face stiffened. He snorted coldly and said, "Looks like it's that brat's doing again. He hasn't done anything yet. You're going to accuse us of something that doesn't even exist. If this goes on for a long time, what will happen?" Sun Simiao was even more anxious. His entire life's reputation, Although he knew that Zhongfeng's medical skills weren't shallow, he didn't even know about something that could prolong one's life. How could this kid know? If something went wrong after eating it, wouldn't that be terrible? Sun Simiao couldn't help but hurriedly step forward and pull the old village chief's hand, asking, "Old village chief, hurry up and tell me, what is this thing that can strengthen the body and prolong life like?" The old village chief thought about the black thing and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He asked, "You don't know what's in the pot?" "What pot?" Hearing this, the old village chief suddenly understood. This is bad. That brat even lied to me. Yu Shan'an and the others couldn't help but turn pale with fright. They hurriedly asked, "Why don't you tell us what that brat is doing first, and then we'll see what we can do." "That brat is very sly. How would I know? I don't know where he got a pot of black stuff from, and the smell is even worse than the toilet. By the way, do you know about cowhide yellow? The guy who cooks cowhide yellow?" The more they listened, the more confused they felt. Their hearts couldn't help but thump. "Didn't you say that Feng was tinkering with something? Why did he go to that place? Could it be that he went to look for cinnabar? But what's there in that place? Where is there cinnabar? That brat said that he was tinkering with some kind of basketball, something that could be used to deal with this mid-autumn hunt." The old village chief stomped his feet anxiously. As he spoke, he prepared to run down the mountain. The others hurriedly pressed him down on the bench. Yu Shan'an looked at Zhong Ren suspiciously and asked, "Believe me, do you remember that brat said that he was tinkering with something to deal with this mid-autumn hunt?" "Yes, I remember, but what if that brat is up to something unorthodox? Then, what will we do?" The few of them couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that this brat was tinkering with a basketball? They couldn't help but surround the old village chief and tell him everything that he had heard and seen in detail. The more they listened, the more confused they became. Although they were certain that Zhongfeng was up to something and wasn't cheating, they didn't know the specifics. They couldn't help but call Zhongsun over and ask him to go down the mountain immediately to see what Zhongfeng was up to, and report back as soon as possible. As for Zhong Yuyao, she couldn't help but sit at the side and choke as she listened to everyone's words. As she sobbed, Zhong Yuyao glared fiercely at the few of them and said over and over again in her heart, "Prince Zhong is risking his life at the foot of the mountain, and you bunch of old men are here talking nonsense. Aren't you ashamed?" Chapter 896. Zhongsun had been so busy these past few days that he felt like he was about to fly. On one hand, he had to deal with the smelting workshop. On the other hand, he had to deal with the mobilization of the people on the mountain. He and Cheng Chumo were so tired that they were about to collapse. But just now, he was finally free. Yu Shan'an had personally ordered him to immediately go down the mountain and ask what the hell Zhongfeng was trying to do. When Zhongsun heard this, he immediately got up from the stool and ran off. Cheng Chumo and the others were so angry that they cried out that the heavens were unfair. Zhongsun went down the mountain, got a horse, and galloped towards Chang'an City. Along the way, he saw people from the military camp. At this time, they were pulling large and thick lumber in an endless stream. They were lining up to transport it to Chang'an City. After asking around a little, Zhongsun found out that these things were actually going to build a basketball court. What kind of thing is a basketball court? Zhongsun was suspicious as he galloped. The closer he got to Chang'an City, the more people were talking about this. When he reached Chang'an City, the things that entered his ears were all about strengthening one's body, relaxing one's muscles and meridians to prolong one's life, and so on. He even heard some people talking about what kind of magical thing Zhongfeng from Tonghui Fang had made. He could fly more than 10 feet high with a single jump. This made Zhongsun even more confused. What was Fengzi doing? Before he could go to Yang Lai Lu to have some fun, Zhongsun urged the date red horse to gallop into Tonghui Fang. The originally sparsely populated Tonghui Fang was now extremely crowded. Zhongsun couldn't help but slow down. By the time he arrived at the entrance of Tonghui Square, the place was already filled with commoners who wanted to join in the fun. There were also vehicles loaded with piles of wood. Even the roadside was filled with piles of wood. From afar, Zhongsun saw a familiar face. He hastily called over one of Yu Qigong's soldiers. This soldier was once one of the stubborn ones in Chang'an. His father was a subordinate of Zhongsun Wuji. There was once when they went too far and almost burned down Yanglai restaurant. When the Ministry of Works demanded an explanation, this kid took the initiative to take the blame for Zhongsun Chong. Furthermore, Zhongsun Chong was also very generous. With a drink, he bribed Yuchi Baolin and allowed him to enter the military camp. Now that they met again, the two of them sighed. However, Zhongsun couldn't be bothered to ask about his well-being. Wouldn't it be fine if he invited him to Yanglai Lu to book a place for him after he was done? Let me ask you, what is going on? As Zhongsun spoke, he took out a cigarette from his bosom and handed it to the young man. The young man was too lazy to refuse. After taking out a lighter, he said, "I suggest you go and ask your brother." That kid was almost angered to death. Zhongsun was even more curious. "Why don't you tell him properly?" However, the young man only chuckled and pointed at Yuchi Gong's red nose. "Your brother is really King talent. See that? No blood on his blade. He didn't even appear, and he made this yaksha blush. Hee. Zhongsun Chong looked in the direction of his finger. He saw Yuchi Gong with his hands on his hips and angrily shouting at the crowd while rubbing his nose. There was even a dogskin plaster stuck on his nose. That look was simply, seeing that he couldn't get anything out of him, Zhongsun Chong threw the reins in his hand and hurried to the tavern where Zhongfeng was. And inside the tavern. At this moment, Zhongfeng could no longer see a trace of anger on his face. This made Li Chengqian and Yuchi Yue very puzzled. Li Chengqian couldn't help but ask curiously, "Could it be that you were faking it just now?" Zhongfeng lit a cigarette and placed his feet on the table, rocking the recliner. He pointed at his temple and said, "Think again. See if you've improved after being with me for so long." Li Chengqian was stunned when he heard that. A hint of surprise flashed across Yuchi Yue's beautiful eyes in an instant. She couldn't understand Zhongfeng more and more, and the mysterious attraction on Zhongfeng was what attracted her the most. Especially after coming to Chang'an and hearing the things that Zhongfeng said and meeting Li Chengqian, Yuchi Yue wanted to get Zhongfeng even more. Otherwise, how could someone as handsome as Zhongfeng, who didn't have a wife for the time being, be Yanglai restaurant songstress and a young lady from a small family be Zhongfeng's wife? Were they even worthy? At this moment, Li Chengqian was frowning and smoking a cigarette. After wandering around the tavern for a long time, he said, "Fengzi, do you mean to attack Wei to rescue Zhao?" Yuchi Yue was stunned when she heard that. She couldn't help but ask, "Young Master Li, what do you mean by attacking Wei to rescue Zhao?" Of course, she didn't know. However, for Li Chengqian, who knew about Zhongfeng's plan to rescue India, he could still remember a little of it. After all, it had only been less than 10 days since that incident. Zhongfeng nodded, then shook his head. "Not bad. That's a little interesting, but it still doesn't make sense. How is this attacking Wei to rescue Zhao?" Li Chengqian's frown deepened when he heard that. As the crown prince, he was more anxious than anyone else, especially when Zhongfeng suddenly gave you a test without anyone noticing. He was even more anxious. However, at this moment, Zhongfeng said leisurely, "Think about what I did today and everything that happened since you heard about me talking about basketball. This is my test for you. If you complete it, I'll give you a big gift. If you can't answer it, your credits this year, hey." Chapter 897. Li Chengqian felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard that. What was that? It was a threat. It was a blatant threat. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could only pull at his hair and squat at the entrance of the tavern. He leaned against the wall and sat on the ground, holding his head in pain. In his head, he connected all the things that Zhongfeng had done in the past few days to everything Zhongfeng had done after learning about the mid-autumn hunt. However, he really thought of something. Yuchi Yue was even more surprised. Over the past few days in Chang'an, she had already inquired about all the young masters of the aristocratic families in Chang'an from a stubborn person. She even knew the hobbies of the 4 great demon kings, what they were used to doing in their daily lives, and what businesses they owned. No one knew what she wanted to do. No one knew why she wanted to know all this. Her original goal was to get close to the crown prince. However, After knowing everything, she felt that Zhongfeng was too mysterious at the moment. People who were eager to prove themselves loved challenges. Especially someone as outstanding as her. Even the young masters of the aristocratic families in Jiangnan were controlled by her. She was tired after so many years. When she came to Chang'an again, she had fantasized that if Zhongfeng couldn't do it, she would go to the crown prince. However, it seemed that Zhongfeng had successfully attracted her. Seeing how Li Chengqian was tormented by Zhongfeng's words, Yu Qiyue couldn't help but look at Zhongfeng and ask, "Prince Zhong, what are you talking about?" Zhongfeng didn't dare to look at the vixen Yu Qiyue. However, when he suddenly heard her voice, he couldn't help but look over subconsciously. Looking at it this way, my goodness, it was simply asking for his life. Especially after the two of them had physical contact, Zhongfeng didn't know whether to sit or stand. At this moment, Li Chengqian, who was a wet blanket, suddenly slapped his thigh, waking Zhongfeng up. "I got it. What did you get?" Yu Qiyue asked as she glared at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian naturally did not notice the flirtatious atmosphere between the two of them. He said, "It's very simple. Fengzi wants to expand the appeal of basketball, just like promoting those braised meat, bone-strengthening powder, cooperatives, and so on." Zhongfeng rubbed his nose and took over the awkwardness. He couldn't help but give Li Chengqian a thumbs up and said, "Not bad, continue." Seeing Zhongfeng praise him, Li Chengqian was very excited. He finally got it right. Seeing Zhongfeng ask again, he put on a scholarly air with his hands clasped behind his back. He didn't care about the unsightly behavior just now and said, "The reason why you flew into a rage at the entrance of the market square was because you wanted to tell everyone about the sturdiness and miraculous nature of this item, and at the same time, you wanted others to know about the preciousness of this ball? Only when you get angry will the people in Chang'an know how to cherish this thing. Only then will they know how difficult it is to obtain it, right?" After Li Chengqian finished speaking, he stared at Zhongfeng unwaveringly. This affirmation was very important to him. After all, he was the crown prince. If he hadn't learned anything from Zhongfeng after following him for so long, it would be embarrassing. Zhongfeng was also a little surprised. "Not bad. You can think of it so thoroughly. At least you're smarter than dabbing." Hearing Zhongfeng's praise, Li Chengqian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. However, Zhongfeng continued, "Since you already know, you should know what to do now, right?" This time, Li Chengqian was asked again. What to do? Zhongfeng felt a little stuffy. He knocked on the armrest of the recliner and said, "Do you still need to ask? Continue to preach to me about the awesomeness of basketball. Before the backboard is released tomorrow, we have to let more people know about this. Most importantly, we have to let the people from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights know about this. Only then will the Mid-Autumn Hunt program between Chang'an University and White Deer College be recognized." Hearing this, Li Chengqian suddenly understood. He couldn't do anything else, but for this matter, he only needed to say a word. After settling this matter, Li Chengqian sat across from Zhongfeng and Yu Qiyue. Seeing that it was getting late, he pondered for a while before lighting the oil lamp. However, when the oil lamp was lit, Li Chengqian realized that Yu Qiyue and Zhongfeng were both staring at him. Li Chengqian couldn't help but realize something. He hurriedly said, "Well, I'll do it now." As he spoke, he was about to slip away. Zhongfeng hurriedly stopped him and said, "After this matter is settled, immediately inform Tai Niu and the other bastards to come down the mountain. Also, Hao Chujun, Ma Ju, and the others, you have to participate in this matter. When the time comes, the Mid-Autumn Hunt will depend on you. You're planning to go with all of us?" Li Chengqian was a little flustered. If they went for the Mid-Autumn Hunt, what competition did he have? How could the people from the Imperial College and the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights not know them? This identity, Zhongfeng said angrily, "Before the Mid-Autumn Hunt, if you bastards lose to Hao Chujun and the others, you can prepare to pour moonlight night incense on the mountain for Laotzu." Hearing this, Li Chengqian hurriedly left. It was better to pour moonlight night incense than to expose his identity and be beaten up by his father and the Emperor Emeritus. Chapter 898. After Li Chengqian left, The room fell silent again. A lone lamp, a lone man and a lone woman. Zhong Feng's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. Although Yuqi Yue sat quietly by his side, her body fragrance still stimulated Zhong Feng's nerves. The moment he smelled her scent, Zhong Feng's mind involuntarily recalled the scene from yesterday. Slowly, Zhong Feng felt his body heat up. Ahem, Miss Yue, I'm really sorry to have made you sit here for so long. May I know the reason for your visit today? Yuqi Yue looked at the gradually darkening sky outside and pursed her lips into a smile. It's fine. Actually, Yue came today to see what the rumored basketball is. But now, I've seen it. Well, it's getting late. Why don't you rest? The moment he said that, Zhong Feng broke out in a cold sweat. His original intention was to urge Yue to go back as soon as the sky turned dark. But damn it, why did his words sound so different when his mouth was loose? Zhong Feng hurriedly explained, No. What I meant was that it's getting dark, and a lone man and woman are alone. No, what I meant was that you should go back. Zhong Feng was on the verge of tears. Why was his usual IQ offline now? What the hell was going on? Yuqi Yue had seen a lot of this. She covered her mouth and chuckled. I thought Prince Zhong would ask you to stay, but it turns out that Prince Zhong doesn't like Yue that much. Zhong Feng was about to break down because of Yuqi Yue's teasing. Damn it, she's not even afraid. What are you afraid of? If you don't eat meat that's delivered to your door, are you still a man? However, Zhong Feng's words told him that this woman was very dangerous. She was like a venomous snake, which made him very uncomfortable. Seeing that Zhong Feng was about done being teased, Yuqi Yue covered her mouth and laughed. Prince Zhong, you don't have to be so conflicted. Yuqi Yue then asked, what plans does Prince Zhong have for the future? Seeing that Yuqi Yue had let him off the hook, Zhong Feng was somewhat disappointed, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. As for the future, I haven't thought about that. Does Miss Yue have any good suggestions? I wouldn't call it a suggestion. Yuqi Yue's eyes flashed slightly. However, doesn't Prince Zhong want to go up a bit? After all, regardless of Prince Zhong's attainments in poetry or other aspects, according to the laws of the Tang dynasty, although I don't dare to say that he's a Grand Duke, he's still a second-rank official. Zhong Feng's eyebrows twitched when he heard this. Miss Yue, you're being too serious. Although this is my idea, I still need to take it one step at a time. Although these things happen to be similar to what His Majesty thinks, it's not good. If I bite off more than I can chew, it will only be difficult for me in the future. Therefore, it's better for me to live a carefree life like this. What was this demon trying to do? Was she trying to pry into his background? Although Zhong Feng also wanted to be the emperor, that position was easy to sit on. However, he was just a young brat without any foundation or connections. If he wanted to join someone else's huge team of interests, he was simply courting death. Yuqi Yue seemed to have expected Zhong Feng's answer. She nodded and said, the world is so big. Does Prince Zhong intend to lean towards one? This lady has heard that Prince Zhong has made some metal boat. I also heard that Prince Zhong said that on the other side of the distant sea, there's a large area of wilderness. This girl's ambition was not small. Zhong Feng couldn't help but become vigilant. If Zhong Feng was really the kind of guy who was blinded by lard and only thought about women, then Zhong Feng would be on the right track at this moment. However, Zhong Feng was not that kind of person. Therefore, Zhong Feng only smiled and interrupted Yuqi Yue. I didn't expect that a woman like Miss Yue would be so interested in this matter. This is the blessing of my Tang dynasty. When my metal boat is completed one day, if Miss Yue is interested, why don't we go overseas and have a look together? Disappointment flashed in Yuqi Yue's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She smiled and nodded, that's for sure. After that, the two of them continued to chat. Yuqi Yue could see that Zhong Feng was already wary of her and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was too hasty. Only then did she ease the atmosphere and use her charm to seduce Zhong Feng. Just as she was about to die, the sound of horse hooves made Yuqi Yue leave with a smile. After Yuqi Yue left, the smile on Zhong Feng's face disappeared without a trace. Such an ambitious person, if she were a man, could really become a close friend. However, Such a person was also extremely dangerous. You couldn't be sure when she would stab you in the back. However, this was easy to guard against. However, Zhong Feng really couldn't imagine what would happen to Yu. He couldn't help but sigh. Beautiful women are all mother * king poison. Yo. You brat, this is awesome. When are you going to attend the wedding banquet? Zhong Sun Chong walked in with a smile and an expression of you know what I mean. Seeing this, Zhong Feng could only roll his eyes. Why are you here? Zhong Sun picked up a cup of tea that no one had drunk before and said as he drank, Mr. Boshi and the others know that you're causing trouble and are a little angry, so they asked me to come down and ask. However, you're actually eating secretly? When Lao Tzu invited you to Yanglai restaurant, you pretended to be a grandson. Now, hearing this, Zhong Feng flew into a rage out of humiliation. Bastard. Chapter 899. Zhong Feng didn't want to talk about that woman anymore. However, his mind was full of Yu, which made Zhong Feng even more irritated. You've seen what happened. That's what happened. As for how you want to explain it, that's your problem. However, you can rest assured that they will be watching the game. If I'm not wrong, Li Qian's men should have already returned to the mountain. So, since you're here, don't leave. I'll show you what basketball is tomorrow. Seeing that Zhong Feng wasn't willing to explain and that Li Chengqian had already sent people to the mountain, Zhong Sun was naturally eager to stay. After all, he had been lusting after the ladies from Swallow Descent restaurant during his days on the mountain. Seeing that Zhong Feng wasn't interested, Zhong Sun got ready to leave. However, after getting up, Zhong Sun asked again, Fengzi, are you sure nothing happened between you and Yu? Seeing that Zhong Feng was about to kill someone, Zhong Sun hurriedly shut his mouth. However, he couldn't help but say, let me give you a piece of advice as a brother. You can play with this woman, but don't ever take her seriously. This woman isn't simple. As a brother, this is all I can tell you. After saying that, Zhong Sun slipped away. How could Zhong Feng not know about this? However, he didn't know what kind of bewitching potion he had been fed, but his mind was filled with this woman. He didn't know if this was old Yu's arrangement or if there was something wrong with this woman. If it was old Yu, then it shouldn't be. Otherwise, old Yu would have already taken Yu away by force yesterday. He wouldn't have needed to ask him and would have strongly recommended Yu. During this period, Buggy wasn't the first person to remind him that this woman wasn't simple. He wasn't stupid either, but human nature was just that annoying. Even though he knew that Yu might be a pit of fire, Zhong Feng still wanted to take a look at this pit of fire to see what was inside. Perhaps this was the nature of servility. Sigh. *CK your love. Zhong Feng couldn't help but raise his head and let out a long sigh. Although he had long fantasized about picking up the prettiest girls, the three women around him were all top-notch. As for Jingshu and Zhong Yuyao, everyone was optimistic about them. However, Zhong Feng felt that it was so easy to get, so boring. One was as cold as a goddess, while the other was as pure as the little girl next door. As for this Yu, who could charm all living things, she actually made his heart stir. However, someone was trying to dissuade him. This woman might be a poisonous snake. The more he tried to dissuade her, the more Zhong Feng wanted to approach the snake. He wanted to see what she wanted to do. Thinking about this, Zhong Feng actually fell asleep on the recliner. Zhong Feng was asleep. However, Yu Qigong wasn't so lucky. At this time, he was arguing with a group of imperial guards in a corner of the East Market. At this time, the Tang dynasty hadn't entered the era where people didn't close their doors at night, so there was still a curfew. Once the hour passed, a large number of imperial guards and city guards were roaming the streets and alleys of Chang'an. If you didn't go home after being warned 3 times, you would be sent to the Ministry of Justice's prison to lie dead for 3 days. At this time, Yu Qigong, who was desperately rushing to finish the construction, encountered a group of people who didn't care about their lives. They blocked everyone's way with red faces and thick necks. Even the city guards and imperial guards drew their modao swords from their waists. Yu Qigong's subordinates, who were all people who had seen blood on the battlefield, couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. At this time, they didn't carry any weapons and were even wearing the clothes of ordinary people. However, the moment these people drew their modao swords, everyone instantly looked at the group of new recruits with half-smiles. The new military training of half a month had already made them full of anger. Now, they finally found an outlet to vent. What's going on? At this time, Yu Qigong rushed over on a big horse and stared at the Imperial Guard who drew his modao swords and asked. When the Imperial Guard saw that the person in charge was riding a horse in the middle of the night, he couldn't help but become angrier. Very well. Old man, don't you know that after the curfew, except for the Duke and the Emperor, no one is allowed to stay on the streets, let alone ride a horse? Men, tie this old bastard up for me. However, before they could do anything, Yu Qigong was so angry that his beard was about to stand up. He waved his hand, and the group of soldiers who were watching the show instantly pounced on him like hungry wolves. The Imperial Guards and City Guards had never seen this kind of person before. They were so frightened that they turned pale. Especially the leader of the group. After seeing this, the first thing he did was not to question. Instead, he drew a swanner from his waist and hurriedly blew into it. Rebellion, rebellion, you dare to rebel? Just wait for Lao Tzu to cut you into pieces. Oh, you're still calling for help. Yu Qigong was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand to stop his subordinates, lit a cigarette, and sat on the horse to wait. When the sound of the lock fell, as if it was a signal, the quiet streets of Chang'an City were filled with waves of rapid locking sounds. In less than a cup of tea's time, the entire East Market was surrounded. At this moment, a man who looked like a general riding on a horse and wearing armor slowly urged his warhorse to come over. As for the squad leader, he hurriedly stepped forward and recounted all of Yu Qigong's crimes in an exaggerated manner. However, the soldiers under Yu Qigong couldn't help but laugh when they saw the general clearly. Chapter 900. The general had a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. After hearing the special signal from his captain, he hurried over with his men. Chang'an was not peaceful during this period of time. Basically, spies from India, Turks, and even the western regions were found every day. This made all the Chang'an guards jittery for a moment. Originally, after the damned dean of White Deer College stirred up some trouble in Chang'an City, the spies became more active. This made all the guards of Chang'an City complain incessantly. Tonight, he was finally ready to go home for a drink, but the sound of the horn angered him so much that he rushed over with his spear on his horse without even taking off his armor. However, when he got closer, although he could not see the face of the person riding the horse clearly, he could tell that they were a group of commoners from the way they dressed. He could not help but explode with anger. A group of dogs, how dare they court death in the middle of the night? However, when he noticed that the corner of Yu Qigong's mouth was flashing and white smoke was blowing out like him, he felt that something was amiss. This was a cigarette. In Chang'an, there were only a handful of people who could afford to smoke cigarettes, except for the Grand Duke's mansions and the Imperial Palace. Even if they could get a little of it, who would not treat it like a treasure? The general could not help but be a little cautious. Hey, you over there, tell me your name. The general did not dare to be careless. He stopped when he was 5 feet away from Yu Qigong. At this moment, Yu Qigong did not say anything, but a soldier beside Yu Qigong joked, "I'm talking about punishment porridge. He even dared to beat up your father. Do you want to die?" The general's expression changed drastically. Punishment porridge. That was his name. He was also Cheng Yaojin's eldest son and Cheng Chumo's elder brother. Punishment Porridge was shocked to hear that from this group of unruly commoners. He hurriedly urged his horse forward to take a look and could not help but gasp. In Chang'an City, other than the two in the Imperial Palace, who could control his father? That was the man in front of him. He couldn't help but urge his horse forward. He was no longer as imposing as before. With his head drooping, he dismounted from his horse and walked to Yu Qigong's side. He hurriedly took out a cigarette from his bosom and lowered it to his lips. "No, it's Uncle Yu. Please forgive me. It's all my nephew's fault for being blind and blocking the way. All right. Since you're the one who came, Lao Tzu won't lower himself to your level. You can go back and fight on your own. Didn't that blockhead tell you what I'm going to do?" Punishment Porridge's mouth twitched. He hurriedly said, "When father came home, little nephew was on a mission. He hasn't come home yet, oh. Yu Qigong made an oh sound and instantly lost interest. He patted Punishing Porridge's head and said, "Your subordinates are not bad, but they are a little timid. They are all a bunch of cowards. When you are free, bring them to the barracks and let my son teach them a lesson." As he spoke, Yu Qigong yawned and left. Punishing Porridge quickly said, "Uncle Yu, take care." This, Punishment Porridge's subordinates were instantly dumbfounded. After Yu Qigong left, Yu Qigong's subordinates let go of Punishing Porridge's subordinates and minded their own business. Punishment Porridge wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and waved his hand to let his subordinates act as if they didn't see anything and do what they were supposed to do. This made the patrolling soldiers even more curious. However, even the eldest son of Duke Luo didn't dare to offend someone and had to pretend to be a grandson to save his life. How could they afford to offend someone like that? It wasn't just here. At this time, under the night sky of Chang'an City, from Anla House and the Navy training ground beside Longzhu Canal behind Anla House, there was an uproar everywhere. Someone dismantled an entire broken ship. Then, for the purpose of dismantling it, he called over countless people who knew a little about carpentry, and arranged them neatly according to Zhong Feng's blueprint in the marine workshop. Then, groups of soldiers carried these wooden planks and shuttled through the streets and alleys of Chang'an City. As the night deepened, new and novel things were constantly emerging in every neighborhood of Chang'an City. As the sun slowly rose in the east, the people who had waited for a night couldn't wait to go out of their houses. But in the next moment, everyone was shocked by the things in front of them. Basically, there were 1 or 2 basketball courts on every street. The basketball courts were very simple. The streets of Chang'an City were basically left behind from the previous dynasty. They were all paved with large bluestones. Although some places were damaged and bumpy, in general, they were still flat. And these bowl-sized wooden pillars were erected in this relatively flat place. In the wooden manner, a square object was drawn on a wooden board. Under this object, there was a big, dark iron ring. Translator, WQL editor, Alim. On the wooden board, there was a square object drawn with ink. Under this object, there was a big, dark iron ring. After seeing this thing, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Could it be that this thing is a basketball court?" Chapter 901. The sky brightened a little. Cheng Chumo and the others got up early and rushed to Chang'an City on horseback. Hao Chu-jun and the others were the most confused among them. They only knew that the dean was calling them. But they had no idea what he was calling them to do. Even when they asked Cheng Chumo and the others, they got nothing except rolling their eyes. Thus, they decided not to ask any further. They hurriedly entered Chang'an City on horseback. It was the first time they came to Zhong Feng's tavern, but they had been looking forward to it for a long time. But they had never been here before. They stood at the entrance of Tonghui Square and looked at the strangely shaped backboard. They couldn't help but feel scared. This was what they were going to represent Chang'an University and White Deer College to participate in the mid-autumn hunt. They were not prepared at all. They just looked at it for a while and then hurriedly followed Cheng Chumo and the others to the entrance of Yulai Tavern. As soon as they got off the horse, Cheng Chumo began to shout loudly. It was hard for them not to know that this was Zhong Feng's tavern. After roaring for a while, Zhong Feng opened the door in a daze. After seeing the few people, he yawned and pointed inside the tavern. "Since you're here, don't stay idle. Boil water, I want to wash up." They were stunned. Cheng Chumo glared at them. "Why are you standing there? Are you waiting for Fengzi to make ready-made dishes for you? I'm talking about you." Zhong Feng lifted the curtain and was about to enter the bedroom. He pointed at Cheng Chumo and then entered the bedroom. Cheng Chumo glared at them indifferently. They didn't dare to say anything. In a flurry, some carried water, some cleaned up the house. 2 hours later. Only then did Zhong Feng appear in the brand new tavern. Looking at the people who were standing upright, he said, "Today's breakfast, go and settle it yourselves. As for today's training, all of you better open your eyes wide. Also, remember that basketball is played with your hands. If anyone dares to kick it with their feet, I'll break their legs and expel them from the White Deer Institute. Especially you, Chen Tianyu." You guys had better restrain yourselves, don't let me catch you. Cheng Chumo's face was instantly filled with distress. Fengzi, tell me, how do we do this thing? The news of what had happened at the entrance of the market yesterday had spread all over the mountain before the sky had turned dark. No one knew what to do with that magical thing. Who would dare to make something that could shoot up to 70 to 80 feet high with a single slap? Zhong Feng thought about it. This was indeed a problem. It was a problem. He couldn't help but say, eat first. I'll teach you guys for a day. Oh right, go to Swallow Descent restaurant and shout at Buggy. If he can't get up today, then don't come. Zhong Feng wanted to instruct everyone to cook, but when he looked at the crowd, who would dare to let them do it? At this moment, a voice rang out from the market entrance that instantly woke Zhong Feng up. Young masters, you haven't eaten yet, right? This servant knows that Prince Zhong has something important to do with you young masters today, so this servant has prepared some food. I hope that you young masters will kindly accept it. Yuchi Yue had come. Today, she had brought along 3 servant girls and 3 servants from the Yuchi family. At this moment, each of them was carrying a large box of food. However, when she saw Cheng Chumo and the others, her expression unconsciously became flustered. Zhong Feng wanted to say something, but when he saw that the people at the door were all looking at Yu Yue in a daze, what could he say? He only stood up and cupped his fists. Then I'll have to trouble you. Miss Yuchi Yue was very tactful. After putting down the food box, she left. It was as if she already knew that Zhong Feng didn't want to cook. She also knew that Zhong Feng was very busy today. Like a virtuous wife, she left after finishing what she was supposed to do. Seeing this, Zhong Feng was stunned. In the end, Zhong Feng only shook his head and said, eat. After eating, we'll start. The food in the box was very sumptuous. They were all things that Zhong Feng was familiar with. These things were all from him, so how could he not know? The food was very sumptuous, and they were all things that Zhong Feng recognized. After taking a closer look at the food box, he realized that these were all from his own store. The bamboo basket handle of the food box had the words Chang'an Restaurant, White Deer College Branch 37 written on it. How could Zhong Feng not recognize it? After eating extremely gloomily, Zhong Feng waved his hand and said, let's go. The basketball court in Tonghui Fang was already filled with commoners who were watching the show. Everyone knew what happened last night, but they were all commoners. Who would dare to go out in the middle of the night? At most, they would just lean against the door and watch. Only this morning could they come out to take a look. Once they saw this guy, everyone wanted to see what Zhong Feng was going to do today. They're here. Look, they're here. At this moment, at the entrance of Tonghui Lane, there was a sudden burst of excited shouts. Instantly, everyone turned around and looked behind them. They saw a group of handsome young men wearing sky blue robes with the words White Deer College embroidered on the chest striding over. In an instant, the women in the crowd burst into a burst of starry-eyed exclamations. Oh my God, this! Chapter 902. Not only the onlookers, but even the women and the men with stubble on their faces were dumbfounded when they saw Zhong Feng and the others. Zhong Feng did not look sideways. He kept hitting the basketball and walked forward without looking sideways. At this time, Zhong Feng was thinking about how to quickly train these guys. As for Cheng Chumo and the others behind him, they were even more shocked. Since when had they ever made anyone show such an expression? Most of the time, when the people saw them, they were afraid. At this time, they could not help but copy Zhong Feng's posture. They stood straight as if they were going to the battlefield. They followed Zhong Feng closely with a cold face. As for Zhu Laiji and the others, they were a little bit worse. After all, they had not seen such a big scene. At this time, when they encountered such a situation, they could not help but be a little confused. Although they were a little disorderly, the onlookers screamed again and again. Cheng Chumo could not help but be angry. He grinned and stared at the fat woman who screamed the loudest and laughed. In an instant, that woman stopped laughing. It was as if nothing had happened. She looked around and cheered again under the ridicule of the woman next to her. Cheng Chumo was so angry that he glared at the people behind him. You are so scared of such a small scene. What kind of future do you have? All of you better King be well. While talking, the onlookers took the initiative to open a path and came to the basketball court. Nyo Whaley had been waiting there with a large group of government runners. He seemed to have known that Zhong Feng was going to come here. A big table was set up on the side of the basketball court. The table was full of jars and jars. There were even all kinds of meat dishes and drinks bought from Chang'an restaurant. Nyo Whaley immediately greeted Zhong Feng when he saw him. Ayaya, brother, you're finally here. Zhong Feng frowned slightly. Lord Nyo, you are. Nyo Whaley pulled Zhong Feng to sit at the table and said, I heard yesterday that you were going to prepare for the mid-autumn hunt. I have nothing to help you with, so I prepared some drinks for you to drink when you are tired. Zhong Feng was speechless. He cupped his fist and said, Then I have to thank you, Lord Nyo. But Lord Nyo, I have something to ask you later. You can go do it first. I will send someone to find you after this. When Nyo Whaley heard this, he was so excited that he almost knelt down in front of Zhong Feng. He waved his hands and said, I'm not in a hurry, I'm not in a hurry. There's nothing to do in the magistrate court today, so I might as well take a leave. Ha ha ha, that's great. Lord Ox, please do as you wish. Little brother will be busy first. Zhong Feng saw that he couldn't drive Nyo Whaley away, so he didn't. He cupped his fist and walked into the basketball court. Li Chengqian and the others were still standing straight on the basketball court, as if they were being watched by others. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Zhong Feng. When Zhong Feng entered the court, Nyo Whaley's voice immediately became sharp. Silence. Silence. Shut the *CK up. Whoever dares to disturb Prince Zhong is going against the Chang'an local government. No one will have a good time in the future. After the 3 roars, all the onlookers gradually quieted down. They were not afraid of Nyo Whaley's threat, but most importantly, they did not dare to disturb Zhong Feng. Otherwise, wouldn't they be scolded to death if their own people decided to enroll in the academy, or if the news about this were to spread? It was because they had harmed Zhong Feng that the White Deer College's quota for the imperial examination 3 years later was taken away. There was a quota for the imperial examination every year. As for the mid-autumn hunt, if one fell behind in the mid-autumn hunt every year, 10 people would be taken away. 3 years, if it was 3 years in a row, as long as one was thick-skinned enough and didn't think it was shameful enough, one could give it a try. Therefore, every academy regarded the spring hunt and the mid-autumn hunt as the most important event of the academy. Even the birth of a son by a concubine wasn't as important as this. The honor of the entire academy was all here. At this moment, among the crowd, the people from the Imperial College had already squatted at the side and watched coldly. They didn't know what this thing that was bragging about was, but looking at its posture now, it really looked like it. The people from the Imperial College couldn't help but frown slightly. While they were frowning and discussing, Zhong Feng moved. Zhong Feng patted the basketball as he said, Today, I will only demonstrate it 3 times. After that, each of you will have to practice dribbling. Niu Pi Huang will bring 4 basketballs later. When the time comes, there will be 2 teams. Each team will have 2 balls and you will practice dribbling at the same time. 3 days. I will only give you 3 days. If you guys still can't familiarize yourself with dribbling within 3 days, then get lost. Zhong Feng's half-threat was indeed very effective. After all, this method was really effective against a wretched person like Cheng Chumo. At this moment, Li Chengqian asked, Fengzi, this thing is just patting? Everyone, including the onlookers, had suspicious expressions on their faces. This thing could strengthen the body? Could it prolong life? Could it? When Zhong Feng heard this, he said, I said that I will only demonstrate it 3 times. Now look carefully. For the first time, I will only demonstrate the entire movement and flow of the basketball. As for how much you can learn after that, it will depend on your luck. Chapter 903. Zhong Feng didn't have much hope that these people would be able to fully familiarize themselves with the game. After all, basketball wasn't something that could be learned overnight. Even for Zhong Feng, it took him more than 10 years to learn from primary school, high school, and then university. He even skipped dating to play basketball. Only then was he able to compete with the old man in basketball. As for the people from Imperial College who were watching, Zhong Feng didn't care about them at all. Zhong Feng knew why Niu Weili insisted on staying. It was undoubtedly because he was afraid that the people from Imperial College would cause trouble. Therefore, he stayed behind to keep the situation under control. However, was Zhong Feng afraid? Who was he afraid of? At this moment, he couldn't wait for those people to cause trouble. When the time came, he could submit a written complaint. Then, he wouldn't have to put in so much effort to play basketball this time. On the court, Zhong Feng lowered his head and looked at the basketball in his hand. Then, he looked at the court and frowned slightly. Lord Niu, did you bring ink? Brother, what do you want that for? Niu Weili asked hurriedly. The onlookers widened their eyes. Zhong Feng pointed at the court. He wanted to explain but gave up after thinking about it. I'll have to trouble Lord Niu to find it for me. You'll know later. Here. Someone, bring me a brush and ink. Niu Weili didn't hesitate. He waved his hand and someone brought a brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone to Zhong Feng. However, Zhong Feng glanced at the inkstone and said, I'm talking about a big bucket of ink. This. Wait a moment. I'll go personally. Niu Weili was stunned for a moment. He stroked his beard and thought about it. Then, he hurriedly left. Zhong Feng had no choice but to use a brush to draw a center line and a three-point line on the bluestone bricks. After explaining the rules of these things in detail, he said, everyone, watch carefully. After that, Zhong Feng stood under a backboard. He lightly tapped the basketball on the ground and ran out quickly. He passed the ball and then dribbled. He shuttled back and forth between Cheng Chumo and the others. His movements were extremely graceful. This caused the surrounding commoners to cry out in alarm. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man who smelled like Chinese medicine watched Zhong Feng's actions. He squinted his eyes and stared at Zhong Feng for a long time. Then, he hurriedly took out an ancient book and started to read it. Then, he couldn't help but exclaim, I got it. Ha ha ha, I finally know the secret of Prince Zhong's basketball. Hearing this, the onlookers couldn't help but be shocked. They hurriedly looked at the doctor. When they saw that he was just a passing doctor, they couldn't help but roll their eyes and continue to watch Zhong Feng's handsome movements. When the doctor saw this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He quickly held up a medical book and said, Look, this medical book once said that this thing promotes blood circulation, activates blood circulation, and relaxes tendons. Take a look at this. What is this? This is the 5 Animal Frolics technique written by the divine Dr. Hua Tuor. You all know about the 5 Animal Frolics technique, right? This is an ancient book. At this point, the crowd was slowly attracted to the doctor. Doctor, which one do you think is better, Prince Zhong's basketball or the 5 Animal Frolics technique? The ancients didn't care about good or bad. They just wanted to know which one was better. After all, only those who could afford the book and those from the aristocratic families had the leisure to play with the 5 Animal Frolics technique. 4 old farmers like them, who dealt with the bankers all day long, how could they have the time to play with this? If they hadn't heard that Prince Zhong's game could not only be played by everyone, but also paid for and promised, they wouldn't be bothered to play with it. However, at this time, after seeing Zhong Feng's elegant movements, the crowd's thoughts changed. If my son, or even I, went to play, how many women would be charmed to death? However, at this time, when they heard someone mention the divine medicine god Hua Tuor, they couldn't help but be a little interested. Didn't Prince Zhong's basketball make Zhong Feng want everyone to live longer? Seeing that someone finally responded, the passing doctor excitedly held up the 5 Animal Frolics technique in his hand and said, Look, this is the 5 Animal Frolics technique. However, compared to the one shown by Prince Zhong, I think the one in Prince Zhong's hand is better. Look at his every movement. Doesn't it look like he's practicing martial arts? His hands, eyes, nose, feet, and waist. Which one hasn't he used? This has already achieved the effect of promoting blood circulation in medicine, but that's not the most amazing thing. The most amazing thing is that young Master Zhong Feng can actually make people's hearts move at will, and he even adds some intelligence. In this way, the 5 Animal Frolics, when compared to his basketball, is simply The student has surpassed the master. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, Hua Tuor was the ancestor of all doctors. If he dared to say anything, he wouldn't be able to practice medicine until tomorrow. How could he be worthy of deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors?